Okay, let's go straight to business here. Okay, much better. Hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to my channel, and happy Seer Saturday. Whoop, whoop. All right. So now things are functional. Because it was like, I was starting it up. It was slow. So I restarted my computer. So then I tried closing up stuff. Still slow. Then I restarted the computer. Thankfully, it took me like a minute. And okay, we are in business. So thank you very much for your wonderful patience. Okay, so I made sure everything's all updated. I made sure Blue Sky was updated. Yeah, it was just like super slow for just some weird reason. It was just, the sound was okay, but the sound was okay, but then it, like, the visuals were just not matching. So yeah, thankfully we're all good now. But yeah, music's a little different today. I wanted to change it up, so this is not a chill hop thing, so I'm gonna shut that off for a little bit. But yeah, a little different. So I had to pull up some drum and bass that I found. And it's by Form State Music. Really nice stuff. But yeah, this collection is called Emerald Paradise, and it's like based off of like PS1 PS1 drum and bass, which is pretty awesome. And it's kind of funny you mention Idun's or Itun. I think I know like the D with the accent on top is like a TH pronunciation. That's funny you mentioned that, because I'm actually thinking of replaying some of my old games. And one game that was really popular on my YouTube channel, at least, that I want to bring back to this time, now that I actually have a proper setup, is Jotun Valhalla Edition. So it's like this so you basically fight all the elemental giants in Norse mythology. You play as this woman named Thora, who gets sent to who basically gets sent to Helheim after she basically just doesn't die in battle, essentially. So in order to be able to go to Valhalla, she has to go through Ginnungagap and fight the various Jotun and collect runes. Ah, okay. Well, I think it was because yeah, I think it was because, like, well, this one was Icelandic, I believe. It was an Icelandic voice actor they used. So that was pretty interesting. That's a really good game. Highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun. That one, especially back in the day, that had a death. That should have deserved that. That walkthrough really deserved a death counter, because I died so many times. But then again, I see. Okay. But yeah, this is back when I played that. I was in college. I was studying linguistics. I was pretty new to Norse mythology, so I didn't really know as much back then. I still don't know too much now about Norse mythology, but I want to learn more before I get into it. I do know the runes now, so at least I know what they mean for each one. But yeah, it's a really fun one. But yeah, that one deserves a death counter, because I died so many times. And this is before I even... Here's a fun fact, and Tonsillis Studios knows this personally. I used the touchpad for the longest time, as in the touchpad of my laptop, before I even got, like, a proper separate mouse. And when we did Barony like a while ago, he was like, how are you playing this with the touchpad? I know, but it was just, I had my controller, but I didn't have a mouse yet. But at that point, I have been so used to using I've been so used to using the touchpad that, like, to figure out what controller part went to which control, it would have been way too much to adjust to. So I was like, so eventually I did get a separate mouse. It did play better, thankfully, but yeah, I just yeah, surprisingly, I didn't die as much with Barony with the touchpad, but oh man. Yeah, honestly, I don't know how I did it either. So let me double check the phase for today. I know we just got past the waiting crescent phase. And right now, the moon is in Aries, and we shall have the full moon in 8 days. So that's going to be fun. And, well, yeah, it's a very interesting time weather-wise, because, I mean, right now, the moon in this transition is in a phase called Void of Course, which means we're in a transition point. So if you try to, like, manifest something at this point, it might take just a little bit longer than usual to get an answer, if you do attempt at it. However, I don't really look at Void of Course too intensely. So it's like, if you want to do something during this time, you can still do something during this time. But that's what they often say. It's, you gotta be a little more patient. However, Mercury is direct. It's gonna be a little bit before we go into retrograde. So if you want some answers, this is a great time to do that. I try not to prescribe too much to the retrogrades either, if I can help it. But I still do my prudence. I still do my prudent action and make sure I back up everything. Okay. Is it like a sweet or savory cheese pie? I'm curious. It's like a sweet cream cheese or like a savory cheese? Mmm, that sounds delicious. It looks like we swapped places today. I had chicken nuggets just before the stream started. But yeah, today was a bit intense. I had a little bit of a meltdown post tarot work today, and it was just partially. It was partly. It was partly self-doubt, because I mean, I felt like if I wasn't able to give the answers that I wanted to provide, but mostly because I did not eat anything until 2 p.m. Big mistake. Huge. But that's what I get for being so distracted and stressed out. So, yeah, if whether you're getting or receiving a tarot reading, feed yourself. Feed yourself. But yeah. Number one, feed yourself, hydrate, very important. And secondly, whatever you get a reading, I think it's a little bit of the Tarot 101 I'm going to do here. Ask the question that you are afraid to ask about yourself, because this will at least give you a starting point as to where you can look. Because contrary to how pop culture tends to present tarot, it really isn't a one-to-one prediction medium. Now, sometimes things do match up, but what it really is a chance at self-reflection and a motivation to move towards the life you want to lead. So, if you're going to go for tarot, go for a tarot reader, be prepared to do some self-reflection. Really be prepared for that, because these things will read you for filth. Especially if you're going to get an answer that you're not exactly prepared for, or you're not willing to hear. Yeah, pretty much. Even me, I still get shown up by these readings. Hey, hallucinating reality, and hello to AN 2400R7. And it looks like you are our first person. So let's see. Uh-oh. It is only... Okay, there we go. Okay, let's try that again, because it was not behaving the way it should. Okay. There we go. Oh, the Shadows Wolf is here too. Okay. Hello. Welcome. Oh wait, that was an old cue. I forgot. But it's AN 2400. You can go ahead and ask your question right away. You can ask it either via the chat, or you can add your question to the Tarot Qs and Qs section of my Discord channel, which is linked down below. Got it. Yeah, I always read the cards too. And sour. Which one do you read it? And sour. Okay. Angelica, be blunt with me. How do you see me getting the first funding? I want to make sure my first funding will make sure the goal I want to achieve to inevitably happen. I'm not dying if the goal doesn't happen. Okay. So, how you'd get the funds to make it happen? That is a good question in terms of circumstances. So, I can give you an image as to how it could happen, as well as advice to make it easier to make it happen. So that's two things I'm gonna give to you tonight. Let me get my spread book here. I have been doing some pretty significant reorganizing of my tools and such. So, if you want me to experiment with different kinds of divination, I will totally do so. Yeah, but this question, speaking of Norse mythology, I feel like that might have been a sign there. In addition to tarot, I'm also going to pull out some runes for you. And of course, Her Majesty needs a little bit of love too. It's the Queen Herbie deck. So, I'm going to pull out a song and some runes. Okay. Yeah, Very specific. Wow. Okay. I will do my best, Angelica. Apple, go sit down in the bag, please. Okay. That is not. Just happened. Okay. Okay. First landing has to align with the goal. Got it. All right. So. Okay. Let's everybody take a deep breath here. Oh. We're gonna make ourselves nice and cozy today. And we're gonna prepare ourselves for some wisdom. So I'm also working on uploading all of the readings that we have done up until this point. So, Angelica, and to anybody viewing this, rest assured, if we happen to get cut off by an ad or something, because that's a pretty good, we might, about midway through the reading probably, because we're 16 minutes in. The video on demand will be uploaded here. So keep an eye out for that. That being said, let us begin. All right. Let me get my reading book as well. So I have like a spread book. There we go. I am feeling Project Spiral for you. There's a 6-card spread. Okay, and for anyone else, at least on Twitch, if you want to join the queue, please feel free to use !join, and you should be able to get on it. For those on YouTube, you could just double check with me, make sure your question's kosher, and then we'll go from there. Jumper here. Mouse. Looks like they really want to talk to you today. All right, so we got a bunch of jumpers here. We got 4. Let's start with the main deal of business here. I figured your cheese pie, by the way, was based on the quiche Lorraine, because I mean, it just made me think of a quiche when you described it. But anyway, So, for Angelica, here is an answer to your query based on the spread, the Project Spiral. So the first card is about where you are now. Oh, we got more than one here. Okay, hold on. Now, please keep in mind, I do not look at this as a predictive medium per se, so I could be totally inaccurate about your current situation, but this is just the vibe that I'm getting so far. So I got 2 for this section. I got the 6 of Swords and the 3 of Swords. So, I mean, already based on the way you asked the question, this is something that you've been having something that you've been really motivated to manifest. And it's been rather hard on you emotionally and logically. And it's been on your mind very, very strongly. And it's to the point where you might have been hoping for a little bit of breathing room. A little bit of a break from the hard time. You just want something to actually work. Thus the saying, first funding has to align with the goal, and it should ensure the goal happens inevitably. This is showing very much, this is something that you've been working towards for a very long time, and you really, really, really want this to work. And I totally understand. Because I've been feeling the same way with this channel too. I've been at this for, well, this July would make it 9 years since I started streaming on Twitch, a bit longer on YouTube. And so I get that struggle. I get that you just want this to be it. So, first thing already that I can recommend is remember to take breaks in between your aspirations too. Give yourself some time to breathe, because sometimes that breathing room is where the innovation or the openness to the opportunity will come. So next, we got the first step, where you can make progress. We got the star. So the star is about the hope. It's about the wish granted. So for you, it's important that you keep the hope alive and trust in the vision and the goal that you have. Because you chose that goal, and that goal chose you for a reason. You are meant to bring that vision to life. So trust in that hope, trust in that vision, and be generous with your idea. Now, to clarify, I don't mean like generous in terms of like blabbing it to just anybody. Take some discernment with that. But what I mean is be generous with your heart and your mind in terms of how that idea develops and manifests. Be open to how support can come up. Hopefully I'm making sense, because sometimes it can get a little woo-woo fortune cookie a little bit up in here. Occasionally I also reference some like pop culture media that happens to come to mind. But yeah, feel free to ask any questions if it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, third card is about knowledge, about or of the project, or in this case, the way that you can make this funding manifest. Okay, so we got the death card. So I really like this deck's features of death card. It's from the Shadowscapes Tarot, and the way they illustrate it is the phoenix rising from the ashes. And this is very true here. The biggest thing that you need to know is some of the old school ways of how we do business and how we negotiate, they may have fallen by the wayside. We didn't even know it, especially in like, what, 6 years post lockdown. So it's important to let go, like have knowledge of your past attempts, but let go of the charge of the past attempts to make way for the new methods to come through. And with something as dedicated as getting funding and even starting a new venture, there are some ways of thinking that you are going to have to start adopting, like looking at things from a different perspective. And be willing to get your feet wet a lot more frequently than usual, or take on some characteristics you might not be used to, but will eventually serve you in the long run. So to cite an example, which I will actually go in more depth with my new Substack article, which will be coming out tomorrow. So keep an eye out on that. thirdnerd.substack.com. I don't think it's my shameless plugs. It's so weird. Anyway, one thing that I've been doing is embodying the traits of the self that has what I want. Start rehearsing those traits now. And eventually, it'll start getting natural. Thank you for the ad notification. Eventually, it'll start feeling more like your natural state. And it'll be easier to think in terms of what this business would entail. And also, more importantly, what's my style of doing this method? The other thing that I came across recently is the red ocean versus blue ocean theory. And red ocean, it's like the traditional competitiveness, whereas blue ocean is more about creating your own sphere, creating your own innovation, either within a space that already exists or taking a new direction on an industry. Prime example is, well, albeit they're kind of problematic now, Nintendo, with inventing the Wii controller. I mean, playing games through movement, that was only theoretical before, but now they actually made that a standard. Now, granted, like Sony did it with the 6-axis controllers, but 6-axis didn't really take off as well as the Wii, and then eventually the Switch. But anyway, don't be afraid to start charting a new territory, because you might actually fulfill something that we didn't know we actually needed until you did it. So we might get cut off by an ad here, but feel free to rewind and rewatch this portion whenever you get to it, okay? And hello, le bel savoir. I think that's French. Beautiful. If you want to jump in, please feel free to type in !join, and you should be in the queue. Anyway, the next card is about release, which is what you need to let go of in order to make it a little easier to fulfill these goals. So, we've got the Queen of Pentacles. And yes, I am doing readings this evening, so if you want to jump in, please feel free to type in !join. Yes, perfect. Thank you. So, Queen of Pentacles. Queen of Pentacles, I love this card. It is, she is like basically the queen, the Deva Mata, the mother of all abundance, divine mother of abundance. I mean, which is kind of interesting considering that the author of these cards, Stephanie Poymoon Law, based it a lot on mythology from all around the globe, and in particular, this one she based it on the goddess Lakshmi especially if you see like the way the tree spreads out. And I don't think it's saying let go of the abundance or let go of the funding. I don't think that's what it's saying here. What it's saying here is let go of how it's going to manifest. Instead, put it towards trust that it will manifest. You just need to release control of how it's going to come. And allow your work to meet the funding in the middle. Let the work speak for itself. And the Queen of Pentacles is very much about self-nurturing. So to let go of the pressure of how the funding's going to come, focus on nurturing yourself and your spirit. We're probably going to lose an ad. You're going to get an ad when this occurs, so apologies. But I'm going to keep blabbing until the ad passes, so that way I can get at least everything out of my head instead of trying to like hold it all in. And then we'll go through these last couple of cards once the ad is over. I think it might be about 3 minutes from what I remember. So go get yourselves a drink, have a stretch break, do what you need to do. I'll type that in the chat. Okay. All right. So for those who are going through ads, apologies. For those who are on YouTube, oh yeah, I come to think of it. Okay. So for those Okay, so for those who are on YouTube, I am a Twitch affiliate, so I am interrupted by ads. So I sometimes will pause in between to make sure everybody catches what they need to catch. But I just realized, wait a second. For those who who are not able to see the full Twitch until after the stream's over, and you just want to see it right away, jump on my YouTube. It's literally linked to my profile. But anyway, Queen of Pentacles. The way they based it, like, again, the way that the author of this deck wrote this card down, it is based on the goddess Lakshmi, who is the Hindu and Vedic goddess of abundance. And so since it's in the release portion, again, I don't see it as giving up on I don't see it as giving up on abundance per se. It's more so giving up on, like, basically letting go of how the abundance shows up. Because what I'm feeling is the funding is going to show up like a loving parent. So you can release the, like, focusing so hard on the how you're going to get it and focus more on just getting the project done well and done right, and making sure that you dot your I's and cross your T's. So then that way, the moment the funding comes in, it's just meant for you. It's just ready to go. So if you see, I mean, even I've been practicing this, is if you see the funding as like a best friend who always has your back, or like an abundant parent who's like, relax, I got you. That takes so much pressure off. You don't have to impress anybody. At that point, you're just focusing on, hey, I got this cool thing, and you all would make a big mistake if you didn't fund me. Well, maybe not that last part, but like, I think you would be, if you would be a huge asset to this project if you did fund me. Because You are going to help me change the world. This project will change the world. So, yeah, I think the releasing part is the releasing the pressure on how it's going to show up. Okay. So, the next card is about learning, which is an aspect of yourself. I'm going to wait until the ad is over to mention that one. But I'll just give I know it's going to be very redundant, at least for my YouTube audience, but I'm just going to give like a quick bullet point, a quick introspective rundown, a quick rundown of how the Queen of Pentacles works here, and then we'll go to the next card here. So stay tuned, everybody. I'm going to put on some drum and bass to get through this break. So enjoy. Hey, Momo. Okay, I think maybe, is the ad over? I can't tell. Okay, brilliant. Awesome. Welcome back. Okay, so quick rundown of the Queen of Pentacles in the release position. So, for Angelica, long story short, I think the biggest thing that it's telling me is to not worry so much about the funding part, because it is going to come. It's going to come to you like a parent. And it's going to come in a very nurturing manner. So, rather than stressing out about how the funding is going to come, because it is going to come, from what I can tell from this, focus more on making sure the project and the pitch are done right, and the right people will come around to support you, like a nurturing parent, like that parent that's like, relax, I got you. So that's where the releasing comes in. Release the pressure, and you'll get it. So anyway, next up, we got the learn. An aspect of yourself that you need to reflect on in order to make this a fruition. Okay? So we got the Seven of Pentacles. So the Seven of Pentacles, it is very much about the trade or the practice or the field that you're going to be in. And it is very much about careful, deliberate choices about what things are ready to go, are ready to practice, and which things are still needing time to ripen. And this is something that you need to take your time and meditate on, because there is a lot growing underneath. There's a lot of potential and a lot of really fruitful ideas that are coming up, metaphorically and literally. But you also need to be careful as to which things you present at this time. So pay attention to the space that you're working in and the atmosphere and the demeanor of the field, because it may give one impression, but then what's actually happening is something else. So do your homework, study the field, and see how you can handle yourself in there accordingly. Okay? So, the final card in the spread, but I have 4 jumpers that I have to pull out for you here as well. So the final card is about the outcome, or the new beginning. And it is very promising, I have to say, because I pulled the Fool. The Fool is asking you to take a leap of faith, to have trust that this adventure, this thing that you're asking for funding, this is the time to take a bit of an airy-fairy, somewhat delulu risk, because that risk is going to pay off for you big time. Obviously, have a strategy, a little bit of a strategy as to how you're going to take that leap, but trust yourself, because that dream you have, especially with the Star and the Fool in your corner, that's a big indication that things are going to work out for you. And if you have a hard time, remember, it's not how many times you fall down, it's how many times you get back up. Right? So I got 4 jumpers for you. And then I feel like maybe jumping on flowing out of brilliant here as well. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Okay. Alright, so I got a rune for you here as well. A little bit of clarification. So, in terms of our jumpers, here's jumper number 1. 10 of Swords. So, there's going to be a lot of BS being cut away during this process. And I will warn you right now, cutting away that BS can feel rather painful, and it can get very real at times, because you're going to the depths at that point of like what's really going on. And it's painful, it can feel isolating at times, but also simultaneously it's the end of delusions, like the unnecessary kind, because then you get to see what's really in front of you, what's actually there. So it can get scary, but in some ways it's necessary to look at the truth. However, if you take enough time to do the self-reflection now, get really honest with yourself, it'll get less painful later. So take that time. It's very important to take that time to reflect. Okay, I rarely use reversals, but for some reason I got the 6 of Wands in reverse. I rarely use those, but that came in reverse. So 6 of Wands usually is about victory, and let me see what else we got here. Victory and triumph. And reverse, it's a warning about not getting too caught up in hubris and pride. And remember where you came from to get to this point. So that's the big thing I'm getting from this card. All right, and the last 2 that I have is the 8 of Wands and the Hermit. So the 8 of Wands is very much a big thing. This is a big undertaking that you are taking on with this journey. So the interesting thing I like about this 8 of Wands card is that this person is blowing dandelions, and dandelions are where our wishes ride on. And Inevitably during the journey, some seeds are going to blossom right away. Some of them might be duds. Some of them are going to take a while. Have trust and faith through all of those, regardless of the result. Trust the process. And regardless of the outcome, have faith in yourself that you can do what it is you need to do in order to get to where you want to and need to go. Because, like it or not, those things are going to manifest somehow. In what way? We can't 100% control how that is. All we know is that that vision is. And then we finally got the Hermit. It is very, very important that you make sure you give yourself regular time to reflect and listen to your inner voice. Because it can be very easy to get caught up in the noise of the world. And it is important that you take some time and hear your own voice for a few minutes. Even if it's just taking like 5 minutes by yourself, that is better than nothing. Giving yourself the time to actually hear yourself. That is important. And so finally, I pulled a rune for you, and I pulled Awaz, the one that looks like an M. And Awaz is, let me pull out my reference book here. Awaz is the third eight is the third rune in the third eight of Tyr, or Tiwaz. So, upright, it means harmonious relationships, getting the right balance between inner and outer demands of different aspects of life, all negotiations and joint ventures, precisely what you're asking, the widening of horizons, house moves or relocation, travel with others. The horse is a sacred animal to the Vikings, especially the horses that carry their riders into battle. The horse is the symbol of perfect trust and harmony with another person or within the self. This rune, mentioned only in the Anglo-Saxon rune poem, emphasizes the joy of the horse brings to its rider and how it can make the rider feel like a prince or eighthling, high-ranking person. When Awaz appears in a reading, it indicates a swift resolution of a matter or need for a fast response. It heralds travel and working holidays, especially one to fulfill a dream or an out-of-the-blue chance to which you should say yes. It's good for negotiating business partnerships, for the restoration of harmony in a relationship or family, and for the resolution of power struggles or bullying through negotiation or official means. So, yeah, stuff's looking good for you, Angelica. I say, make sure you take the time, really reflect on what it is you really want out of your deals, and have faith that somebody will believe in your vision the same way and give it that funding. Because, like, it is coming, my dear, from what I can see. So, have faith in your process, have faith in yourself, trust in your vision. And I think you got this. I feel like you got this. So, I hope that helps. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. I see we got a pretty huge list today. Let's see who we got. Okay. And also, welcome to all these new people. Mr. Weird, hello. Hello, Southpaw Photo. Nice name. And Raven Dirge. Anytime, Southpaw. So, Louis Savoir, you are next. You can either mention your question in the chat, or you can mention it on my Discord, Tandrosia's Magic Circle, under the section Tarot Cues and Cues. Okay, and we got a fifth person, the Runcible Spoonie, via offline. Take your time, bud. It's okay. In the meantime, I think I'm going to light up some incense to get some atmosphere up in here. Also, Hyun, let me know if there's an ad coming up. I think we got a little bit of time, but just let me know just in case, like, when the next one's coming. That way, if we get interrupted. Regardless, this stuff will be up, but depending on how short or how long it is. I don't have, like, my streaming dashboard in the background, so... It happens from what I can remember, it happens every, I believe, 45 minutes, and it's 3 minutes long. So it's not that, yeah, it's like every 30 or 45 minutes. So yeah, for those who aren't, for those who just tuned in, the ads should give you enough time to, like, reflect, as well as maybe, like, get a drink of water or something. And for those, if I happen to be caught in the middle of a reading during the ad break, don't worry. The whole thing's recorded. And alternatively, if you're not patient or you can't wait that long, my first YouTube channel, DJ MK Off the Air, which is simulcasting this, will also have this running. So if you just want to, like, rewind to the point where you got cut off, you can do that as well. Okay. Le savoir. So, your question. Will you move in with a partner of interest in June in Austin after your graduation in 2026? Okay. Well, I'm not exactly one of those predictive readers of, like, will you or won't you? It's more so, I'm going to present a picture to you of what things look like, and then based on that, ultimately, you got the power. You and your partner got the power to decide, like, do I want to move in now? Do I want to move in later? Is moving even really what we want to do? Ultimately, things are not as helpless or as out of your way as it seems. That's the one thing I hope to dismantle in 2026 is the sense of, like, complete handover. Because believe it or not, you have so much more that you can do. That was really bad. Hold on. That's much better. Okay. Actually, I'm putting runes for this one, actually. Yeah, that's what I recommend too, personally. Because, like, will you, won't you, ultimately it comes down what you end up doing. So, like, presenting a picture, especially if you want to change something about your life, that's where you should be asking, like, how do I change this circumstance? Because ultimately, tarot is very much about bringing back your agency, not robbing it. All right. So we got some runes. I felt 3, and then I'm also gonna pull a song for you from Queen Herbie. Love her deck. Love her songs too. And she's going on a tour this year, actually, so it's pretty awesome. Anyway, for those who are not in the know, Queen Herbie is a rapper and singer, and she has these like super magical songs that just, whenever you hear it, it just relates to your life so easily. By the way, if I happen not to pull a song for you during your reading, let me know. I'll pull one for you and I'll post it on like the Discord or something. But yeah, before she became Queen Herbie, she and her husband made a group called Carmen. If that name sounds familiar, it's because, well, they went viral for their cover of Look at Me Now by Busta Rhymes. Because she could rap pretty fast. And then when she became Queen Herbie, one of the first songs that she made is called Busta Rhymes. And I did a really bad attempt at trying to imitate it. But anyway. So we got some runes for you, Le Bizarrois. Savoir? Sava? Anyway. Anyways, let's go ahead and get to it. So, the first rune that I got for you is Gabo, which is a wonderful one. It is, I believe, the next to last rune in the 8 of Freya. I believe it's the 8 of Freya. Freya's the first one, right? Yes, the 8 of Freya. Alright. Gabo, or the gift. Upright, it means joy in relationships, especially concerning fidelity or commitment issues, marriage, generosity, all matters relating to fair exchanges, including contracts, an unexpected blessing or bonus in your life, birth in the family. Gabo is the rune of generosity, not only in material terms, but also in time and resources, sharing information and successful group projects or family enterprises. It is the rune of emotional and three-letter word commitment, happy marriage, fidelity, and growing joy in existent relationships, happy family gatherings and celebrations, seeking and receiving mutual respect in all of our interactions, and the growth of trust. A lucky time for receiving unexpected financial bonuses, rebates, gifts, and inheritances for happy reasons. I am doing tarot as well. I could pull one for you as well. But for some reason, I felt energetically runes first. Yeah, when Gable appears in a reading, if you're naturally generous, Gable reminds us this may be a time to ask for help from others if you're feeling overwhelmed. It may be important to allow others to give to us, as we sometimes create resentment if we do not graciously accept the gifts or contributions of others. I don't really do yes or no readings unless it's more of a reflective thing. If it's a will they, won't they, absolutely not. But if it's more like, does this look good or not, I might be more inclined to go that direction. Because ultimately, I want you to at least trust your will. Okay, so the second one that I got for you is Ansus, which is the fourth rune, also in the 8 of Freya. Got a lot of Freya energy going on. So, Ansus, or Odin, a god, mouth, voice of the universe. Upright, it means inspiration, continuing or reviving good luck, passing tests and examinations or interviews for all literary and artistic ventures, and a chance to take the lead or a promotion. Ansus is the rune of Odin the All-Father, and also of growing authority and embracing leadership or launching major dreams and ambitions. As the rune of the month, Ansus favors clear communication on every level by saying calmly but firmly what you truly need and feel in both personal and work relationships. Indeed, the Anglo-Saxon rune poem says the mouth is the origin of every speech and the mainstay of wisdom. This is a warning indeed to watch our words and consider their effect before speaking critically or angrily, and to test the truth of what is being said or written. When Ansus appears in a reading, this is an excellent rune for the self-employed or those contemplating self-employed business ventures and creative projects. Go for that big break, that promotion, or launch creative ventures when the time is favorable. If there are conflicts at work or home, reason, dialogue, and persuasion are the way forward. Not unconsidered action or uncontrolled emotions to settle misunderstandings. And finally, the last rune I have is Lagus, which is the 5th rune in the 8 of Tiawas. Or Tyr, if you're going for a bit more Scandinavian. Lagus, water the sea. Upright, it means taking a chance for great happiness beyond the comfort zone without guarantees of success. Major life changes, following the flow of life, unexpected opportunity, trusting unconscious wisdom and intuition, taking a step into the unknown, adventurous vacations, or a job involving a lot of travel. Psychic powers, imaginative adventures, and following your heart and not your head. This rune represents, according to the old rune poems, the long ships the Vikings used to travel to distant lands, including the United States of America, described as the oak steeds or oak horses, facing hazards of churning water and the brine stallion that does not heed its bridle. To the Vikings, water was a frightening yet exciting concept because sea journeys were hazardous, yet could lead to great conquests and discoveries. Water never goes backwards and always finds a way around obstacles. It does take courage to follow the unexpected or risky option, but it can be exciting and often be the way to true happiness. It is ultimately a rune of taking a chance and following your heart rather than logic. When Lagus appears in a reading, you may be contemplating a total lifestyle change, like a move, or launching a major venture. Though the time and circumstances may not be quite what you want when you want it, you may have to leave behind certainty to reach your dream. Trust your intuition to guide you, improvising and adapting as you go. For this time may never come again, and what we regret most is what we never tried. It may be time to try something totally out of character, or to speak the truth and take a chance emotionally, especially if you have been hurt in the past. So, in other words, basically, this is looking, like the booth looks pretty good, but in order to make sure it remains good, communication. Talk with your partner. Be honest with what you expect out of this, and don't put too much pressure on the timeline of when after your graduation, because for all you know, it might take a few months. But from what I can tell, at least with sorry, names escape my brain. Ansus, there we go. With Ansus, they're looking pretty good exam-wise, so I think your graduation is going to be pretty awesome from what I can see. And there's clearly an unexpected benefit that is coming your way. So keep an eye out for those gifts. And then I also have a couple of cards from the Queen Herbie deck, so let's see what we got here. So, okay. So the first one is from the song Sugar Daddy. If you're curious about how it sounds, it got memed quite a bit on YouTube Shorts and TikTok. I'm gonna pull up the lyrics to refresh my brain on how the song goes. It's been a little bit since I've listened to it. He loves me. Okay. Okay. So, if you are going to follow through on this move, be open to a very dramatic shift in how you live and how you approach life. Because, I mean, I'm assuming you're in the continental United States, right? Because if you are, even within these continental United States, the way of life between states is completely different. And it's from personal experience. I've basically been through the entirety of this East Coast. I'm basically right now in the middle, in the greater Philadelphia area. But I've been in Boston. I've been in Florida. Completely different environments. You think logically it would make sense, but no. It is a completely different environment, even if it's in the same country. Okay, so you are in the continental United States. All right, so if you're going to go through this move, be prepared to make very dramatic differences in how you approach things. And be willing, especially, to accept the generosity of your neighbors. And I mean, especially Southern hospitality is something else. Especially Texas. All right. And the other song that I got from Queen Herbie is Lavish. So let that stuff go. Come on, phone. Can you please pull up the song? Okay, there we go. Okay, 4 minutes. Thank you. And thankfully, I'm at the end of this reading. Unless you want me to pull something more for you, Lubizefwa. But anyway, to finish off with Lavish, whatever stresses that you've been carrying up until this point or other worries, take some time to let that go. Whew, take some deep breaths. Grab yourself some water or whatever beverage of your choice. Talk with your friends. Talk with your partner. Communicate. Have an outlet. Write something down. Draw it out. Listen to some good music. Shake it out. Dance. Whatever makes you feel like you're a human being to get again, do it. Let that stuff go. And treat yourself well. Especially with like a huge decision, like a move. That's huge. Okay, so you want me some tarot? Want me to do some tarot? I'll give you some tarot. I got you. All right. I'll type the songs in the chat too, in case you want to listen to them yourself. I will say this. It's anytime, bud. Anytime. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So I'm gonna pull like 3 cards here. So the first one that came out is the 5 of Pentacles. And I'm getting post-grad vibes with this one, because especially with like when you come out after graduation, or especially like when you've been training as far as you have with like a degree, there's this kind of expectation of like, okay, I'm hitting especially if you're from certain fields, you're thinking like, okay, I'm going to hit the ground running. I'm going to make these thousands of dollars and not stress out so much about like finance and stuff. But there's this kind of pressure, that invisible pressure that you kind of feel, especially in your 20s and 30s. They have to like keep up with this certain standard of living. With the 5 of Pentacles, I look at it as the keep up with the Joneses card, where there's this dramatic difference between where you are when you start out, especially like right after graduation, versus what's going on externally. Like people seem to be doing it better than you in certain aspects. And I certainly tend to like pay attention with this card to the chameleon and the butterfly in this picture. But remember that even when it gives that impression of I'm not doing that great, nah, you're actually doing better than you look, that things seem. Turn your perspective around and recognize the amazing things you have in your life right now. Like you have a partner. This is a huge presumption, of course. Feel free to correct me. You also have wonderful friends. You have your family, be it kin or chosen, that are around you. And you're about to move into a new, hopefully supportive environment. So all of these things are going for you. So remember to put things in perspective, and remember, especially after graduation, like when you're in school, and this is coming from somebody who's freshly graduated, not that freshly, but pretty freshly graduated 3 years ago from my master's, and I just went back to school just last year. I am hoping, fingers crossed, to go back to school come this summer for study abroad. When you're in school, there is a bit of a bubble that kind of goes on in there, because you have, unless you're really on top of new data while you're in school, odds are pretty good the data is pretty much already long outdated by the time you get into school. That's often how it happens. It's like you study it and it's already somewhat outdated when you're there, and it's going to be far outdated by the time you graduate. Because in academia, we're dealing with the theory, and it's really up to us to figure out how to put the practice forward. And the practice sometimes doesn't match up what's actually going on in the logistical business side of things. And I'm going to pull back the, the chill hop in just a moment. But yeah, long story short, if you're feeling behind in something, be it in school right now, or especially after graduation, that feeling is normal. You're not alone. Some people have had it longer than after graduation. And more importantly, again, you are doing much better than you think you are doing. You may think you're a failure, you're not. You are just starting. You are just starting, my friend. So, okay, got it. I got 2 more cards, so. Okay, add in 2 minutes. Okay. Okay. But yeah, Lupus Savoie, I got 2 more cards for you. So in case I get cut off, don't worry, this whole thing's recorded. Oh, ad ends in 2. Okay, thank you. Okay. So I'm gonna look at the 2 cards here. I'm gonna set up the playlist in a second. So my YouTube peeps, please be patient. Please and thank you. I do have to deal with ads, which is not easy. But I do what I can. Okay. All right. Let's get some chill hop up in here. Okay. While the ads end, we shall check out my queue. The mod is multitasking. I am multitasking too. I'm making sure I get some water. And meanwhile, to my viewers, please feel free to write down your questions. Perfect. Okay. Excuse me. Gonna make sure that drops down a little bit. I'm gonna increase my voice just a smidge so that way y'all can hear me. So, next card I got for you here. Okay, so we got Justice. So, okay. So, I don't know how much you caught the first part, but long story short, but the message I got with the Five of Pentacles that I pulled earlier is, especially after graduation, don't get so caught up at the, like, where you should be, because where you are might not actually be as terrible as you think it is. Because this world, at this point, we can't box ourselves into one vision of how success or happiness or thriving looks like. But now, with the second card that I pulled for you for tarot, Justice, it's very much about making sure you look at the whole picture of what's going on, especially when you're thinking about moving. And when you do choose when you're going to move, you do it with full trust and full awareness that you've considered every option you possibly could. You can't do every single option, but you can consider as many options as you possibly can with the resources that you have. And it's important to be open to reassessing your situation if things don't look or feel right. Yeah, do it with clarity. Exactly. So, doing this move, do it with clarity. Do it with your eyes and your mind and your heart wide open. Okay. So, final thing that I got for you in terms of things to keep in mind while you do the move. I'm presuming you're going through with it. Key thing is communication. Last one is Page of Pentacles. So, the Page of Pentacles is about being down to earth and also being unafraid to enjoy the good things in life. And this person is also diligent, knows how to look up information that she's curious about, and is very dedicated to whatever it is that she's studying or she's going for. Obviously, I think, considering that you talk about graduation, I think that's you. It also can be a mentor. Having a mentor that is supportive towards your needs. But yeah, overall, what I'm getting is be open with your partner and what it is that you want. And if and when you go for this move, do so with full courage and be prepared that you are going to probably have a dramatic change in demeanor and behavior because you're in a new area. You're going to have to do things a little differently. Your style of different, of course, but you're going to do things differently. And remember to let some expectations, and most importantly, let the things that drag you down, let that go. And remember that you deserve those good things in life, because you do. You are meant to enjoy things. So allow yourself to. And don't get sucked into the pressure of keeping up with the Joneses. Because I mean, unless your last name happens to be Jones. The Joneses are not you. You are you. Your partner is your partner. You are together. Things are not as... I mean, they may feel dire right now with the way the news talks about it, but they're not as dire as they seem. Because you have a lot more to give than you may think yourself for at first. Yes. Preconceived notions, for lack of better phrasing, preconceived notions are the devil. Assumption makes an ASS out of you an ME. Trying not to get blocked here, but anyway. Anytime, savoir. And I hope your move, if and whenever you go for it, may it be smooth. I'm wishing you all the best. And I'll write down the songs too. I know, Twitch isn't, but YouTube, I don't know. I don't feel like trying it. Hello, Cypher. Alright, so that's for Luna Savoir. Alright, so. Alright. Monsieur Weird, you are next. Stop, you're making me blush. Ooh, my mom's making dinner. It smells good. I know. The light doesn't help. One of these days, I gotta do like a glam look of some sort on this channel. Because I mean, I think the last time I put makeup on for a live stream, then again, it wasn't really for a live stream, but like the last time I had makeup on camera was probably was probably Halloween. Like after that viral tarot stream that I did, like after that super long hiatus. Hello, Sugar Plum. Hello, darling. But yeah, Mr. Weird, you are next. Okay, let me see my Discord. La 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 la. Ba-da-da-da-da. La 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 la. Oh. Found the troll song. Okay, Mr. Weird. Okay. I mean, I kind of heard that it was kind of like YouTube mythology, but apparently there was some sort of, I think there was some sort of like freedom-based lyrics that I think like the censors in communist Russia wouldn't approve, so that's why they went with like the la 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 portion, allegedly. I think it's been since disproved, but I like it though. I like the song. I just love baritone voices. It's just something about it. It just hits right. You know what I mean? And even though it's a troll, it's like they call it a troll song. I love it though. It's like the voice is so soothing. It just, you just feel like smiling every time you hear that song. And thankfully, the song went viral in the singer's lifetime. That like he was able to perform it again. And unfortunately, he passed. Like I think would be like 5, 6 years ago. But at least he was able to enjoy it while he was still alive. So that's the one thing. Like that's the one thing I like is like people being able to get like their flowers when they're still around. That's my big thing. Okay, so I'm gonna give Mr. Weird a bit more time. If Mr. Weird does not pop up with their question, then I will move next to Southpaw. God, if I did not have to stress out so much about whatchamacallit, if I didn't have to stress out so much about copyright, I would play this game that was around since my childhood, Britney's Dance Beat, as in Britney Spears. There's a rhythm game. It's a rhythm game where like you use like the buttons and the direction pad, and I basically cleared every single song except one, Baby One More Time, because after like when the song gets really hard, you have to like you basically have to execute the commands like perfectly, and I was so close to beating it and I just couldn't get it down. So I'm hoping maybe it might be a YouTube exclusive thing, so at least that they won't censor it compared to Twitch. I'm gonna make it a YouTube exclusive thing, but yeah. Oh man, but yeah, Britney Spears. She actually is a pretty good lyricist. Anyway, I think Mr. Weird might be away from their keyboard, so I think I'm going to go ahead and go through to Southpaw. So Mr. Weird, if you happen to come back, I'm here. Ooh, okay. What does my financial path look like between now and the end of 2026? And what level of abundance is possible for me? Now, level of abundance, there's so much potential already right there with that. But um but yeah, financial path. I could definitely tell you that. So let's see what we got. All right, let me see. To the spread book. Shout out to my mod. They made this. If you want one yourself, they take commissions. Hey, I like bragging about my friends, okay? Actually, you know what? I could pull from a spread that I invented myself, the 4/4 spread. It's very simple. It basically covers the 4/4 of the year. Since we're still in the beginning, so I think we could totally pull this off. I mean, granted, we're about to change into a new month within a week. We're about to change a month within a week, but I think it's still going to be useful. I was like, I barely use this one. I need to use it more, and plus, it's very short and sweet to the point. But yeah, speaking of bragging about friends, Tantalus Studios Um, he's also a pretty cool gaming channel. Shout out to him. He's been doing shout outs a lot for me, so I'm gonna shout out him as well. We did a really spontaneous stream on Thursday, and we might do it again on Thursday again. We did Fall Guys together, and it was like, yeah, Hyun, he and I did Fall Guys together, and it was so much fun. I want to do it again. It was so much fun. But yeah, yeah, I still probably find pretty quickly, a bunch of people that are subbed here were also friends in real life. So it's a nice mixed crowd, really. I love it. I wouldn't have it any other way. And my mod's also a streamer. Hyun's an artist. And sometimes does gaming streams too. Sneak attack, but you didn't see that. I know, but still, traffic helps, right? I mean, once upon a time, I was way less active than this. And they also make their own setups too, and they're VTuber. Like, is there anything you can't do? Anyways, this is for Southpaw and their financial situation through 2026. Things to keep in mind as you go, because I feel like your potential is pretty much limitless. I mean, even if you happen to be in a very dire situation. Anyway, I feel like there's still a very big possibility, because I mean, like, it may look dire now, but then get so much better later. You got a year. There's so much that can happen in a year. So already, the first thing I can tell you up front is be open to what could come up during this year. That could be opportunities here. So, in terms of the first quarter of the year, which is like January through March, we got the 10 of Wands. So, this first part of the year, there's a little bit of an old school effort that you might have to pull. Because, I mean, you see how this lady, she's literally the tree. She's carrying an entire village on her back. So it's kind of a two-way thing that you got to keep in mind here. On the one hand, you're probably going to need to put in some elbow grease for the first few months. But it's also important that you don't overextend yourself. That you don't overburden yourself with things that you don't need to take responsibility for. So, balance. Make sure that you are keeping accountability. And also, you might need to go old school for a little bit, but don't overextend. Then, April through June, I got a couple of cards here for this port, but let me pull this up. Okay. So we got the 7 of Wands and the 5 of Cups. So, hopefully I didn't put too much of my energy in this. But, yeah. There might be some there might be some defending you're gonna have to do. You just made it into one with just that comment. But yeah, basically, don't do an own goal. To go for the sports metaphor. Don't do an own goal. To go for more of a football/soccer metaphor. But yeah, getting back to like April through June. Okay. So there's gonna be some protecting that you're gonna have to do, with some defending of choices or defending of actions. They're gonna have to do with your finances. And there might have been some purchases or maybe even some decisions that you wish you might have taken sooner, some regret, a little bit of grass greener on the other side, a little bit of remorse, like buyer's remorse or buyer's regret, that you might be coming across in April through June. You also might be a little bit more so about like, God, why didn't I take this sooner? Like I could have been so much further along. Don't get too stuck in that, because I often feel as if like you're where you're supposed to be at that moment, and you have the knowledge that you're supposed to have at that moment. So it's important not to beat yourself up when you come across a little bit of a snag. But yeah, I say take it easy on yourself when you get to the spring months, and especially since like that's the tail end of tax season, beginning of summer. Look at your bank account very carefully during that period. Don't get into that tendency with tax returns to like spend it all at once. Put up some goals, make a plan. That's what you want to do with the extra finances you get from that. And more importantly, have some courage when you get to that period, because I don't know whether it's financial challenges or social challenges or something else entirely. It's important that you, especially if you have a tendency to like overextend or be generous to a fault, make sure you put your foot down. So that way your needs are met. That's what I'm seeing there. Then we got July to September, so the later half of summer and beginning of fall. We got the Ten of Pentacles. And it's looking like if you play your cards right, metaphorically, yeah, that right there. So I say, if you play your cards right, metaphorically here, I'm not endorsing gambling, but if you play your cards right and you make sure that you mourn the decisions you regret, but don't wallow in the regret for too long, and then simultaneously you make sure you defend the things that you protect the things you really want to go for. It's gonna pay off in dividends. You're going to have a time where you can actually relish in the abundance that you have developed up until this point. So all that effort, when it may feel like a slog for the first half of the year, the second half it's really going to pay off for you. So I say trust the process and trust yourself. Because I know like we tend, especially when it comes to like finances or like trying to pull off certain things, there's often this endorsed sense of like self-distrust we tend to hear, or it's like there's almost like this there's this kind of trickster energy we often have to pull for ourselves in order to like make ourselves be abundant, so to speak. Like, we have to play all these tricks of like, save aside this certain amount in order to be able to, that way, and then you don't look at it, you don't do anything with it until this period of time. It's like, there's so many tricks that we have to like put on ourselves sometimes in order to like be successful. You don't have to go through all that song and dance if it's not helping you. You can keep it way simpler. Like, for me, I don't do that complicated, like, this many percentage at this point, etc. I just go like, this much for play, this much for savings, this much for work. Done. Whatever process that will work for you, do it. Find your flow, find your work, and you'll relish in it. So finally, October to December. Okay. We got the Tower. So do not panic. Do not panic, okay? Because I know the Tower tends to look very dire. But you literally have 9 months. Think about it like the biblical story of Joseph, where he has a dream about like 7 years of abundance and then 7 years of famine. But rather than getting stuck on the famine part, he prepared for the 7 years of famine by giving storage of his grain. Similarly, the Tower. Since you have months and months and months of preparation here, this is an opportunity for you. This could be a side disaster, but it's not a disaster per se. It could also mean there's some foundations that you might have discovered need some rebuilding. So yeah, take some time. Do yourself a favor. Before things really get going this year, take some time, take a look at your whole situation, get the bigger picture before you get to the nitty-gritty. Because then it'll make it easier to figure out which things do you need to rebuild and which things that you need to like knock down and start over. Or knock down and just leave it there. And especially this part in terms of the description of the card, I'll read it for you. A necessary disruption to the status quo, violent and explosive upheaval as the only way to break through the long-established patterns. Biggest thing you could do for yourself, and that's especially with the first half of the year, take some time. Take a look at what beliefs of money that you have, especially things that have been very unhelpful to you, and turn those things around. If there are things that you don't know about how to make money work with you, because I think it's a collaborative energy, it's not really like a one works for you, though I did kind of describe it earlier as like a friend that has your back, or a friend or a parent that has your back. Like, I got this. Which it can be. But take some time to really just see what you learned about money, like growing up, and especially like in your adolescence and your young adult years. Learn about, like, pay attention to like what really comes up, like what feelings come up when you think about money. And then see how you can turn it to a benefit. If there's things that you don't know about like how to make money work with you, learn those strategies. Learn how assets work. Learn how stocks work. Learn how things like Roth IRAs or 401ks or like retirement accounts work. These are things that they tend to presume that like we have in our families. But if our families, like let's say like my parents didn't come from here. If you have families that didn't really spend that much time, like didn't really have that kind of financial education, or the financial system is completely different from where they come from where you come from. Yeah. So it's important not only to learn how it works, but also how to deal with the emotions with the money too. Because believe it or not, our feelings influence quite a lot as to how we approach things, whether we're risk averse or risk positive. And more importantly, that these traits are actually mutable. They're changeable. We are very flexible beings. We are not so set in our ways as people tend to think. We think that like, oh, once we get past like 25 or 30, etc., that like we're set. We can't do anything. No. I'm 33. Do you know how many things I've changed over even just the past 3 years? It's a lot. I probably wouldn't be here right now if I thought oh, I'm in my 30s, it's too late for me. Exactly. That is the one thing. Like, there's a reason why, even though I have a master's degree, there's a reason why I call myself a perpetual student. Because there are always new things to learn, even as we get older and older and older. So take every opportunity to learn. Even if you know something already, beginner's mind. Learn it again. Learn it again. Learn it again. Because how you see it when you learn it again is different from when you see it the first time. I mean, it's even the saying, I fear not the man who learns 10,000 kicks, but the one who has gotten down one kick 10,000 times. So don't be afraid to learn things again, because like I said earlier, things get outdated so fast. Saitama, yep, One Punch Man, exactly. Or Mashal. So, the overarching energy of this reading, Southpaw, is the Knight of Wands. I think you're already embodying this energy as is with the Knight of Wands. So, the Knights of the Pages, like the royal cards in the decks, the younger ones, the Knights of the Pages, they are very much leap before you look, but very passion driven. And the older royals, the kings and the queens, are look before they leap. But they have like years of strategy behind them. And in this case, I think it's clear, especially since you said you have 5 years of education on the subject. It goes to show that you're very passionate about making sure things work out. So I think it's important to keep that passion and see it as a progression of skills. And I just remembered something. And this is from my own education too, by the way. I mean, I'm still learning this because like I'm not that. I think I only gained like some monetary savvy. Also for me, also the last 5 years. So I'm just as new to this as you. But have you noticed when they talk about money, even though elementally we show it as metal, as coins, but we tend to talk about it as liquid assets or liquidity. We talk about it in terms of water, in terms of money flow. Yeah, I would also like we often talk about it. We look at it in terms of metal, in terms of like it's solidly being here, and yet we talk about wealth as a flow, as a river, that it comes and goes. I mean, even money flow, like even the way that like the economy works, they try to incentivize spending by reducing prices. Because like if we don't spend, that's basically like damming up the river. And then things don't function the way they should. Because everybody's just too gun shy to spend. I think that's the reason why people talk about money as an energy too. Because it's supposed to come and go. Because if you send it out for something, you're expected to receive something back. Always. So you put some, it's just how we look upon that value that's the different thing. So you drop down maybe like $20 for one person, it could mean a meal. For another person, it could mean headphones. For another person, it could be concert tickets. For another person, it could be, to go gamerific for a second, it could be in-game currency. You're just switching one currency to the other. Yeah, in other words, to answer your question, I know this is a very, very long-winded answer. I'm feeling like potential is the financial path is much more flexible than people tend to present it as. We still have our struggles, granted. There's still privilege that we have to solve somehow. Like uneven privilege, no less. That we need to figure out how to get people out of dire straits. But ultimately, this stuff's a construction. So when I say finances are limitless, I'm not talking about in terms of like the traditional capitalist mindset. I'm thinking about it more so in terms of concept and practice. So I say, long story short, to sum this all up, if you remember to shoot, my timing could not have been worse. My timing. No, it's all good. It's all good. I know. I got into it too much. I thought it was like, also, it feels like 10 p.m., even though it isn't. It's like 9:35. Yeah, my timing could not have been more perfect when I was about to say the end of the reading. But anyway, Southpaw, if you happen to still hear me, I'm feeling like if you damn. Okay. But anyway, long story short, I feel like as if for your financial potential for 2026, if you really take your time and figure out what work you want to do with your finances, know how to honor your remorse as well as stand up for what it is that you want your money to go towards. And most importantly, I know you're scared of the tower. I'm gonna draw a clarifier for this one. But I think especially if you keep an eye out for your foundations. Ooh, okay. Four of Cups. So, but I think especially if you pay attention to like the foundations of where your beliefs about money come from and where like what you want to change, that already will make a huge difference in terms of your foundation. Four of Cups, it's also important, especially, to not get too stuck into like navel gazing, especially if things get difficult. It's important that you do some self-introspection, but not so deep that you lose track of what's important to you. So I think if you manage to balance all of that, and again, keep your passion up for learning and acquiring skills, it's going to take you very far. So yeah, that's what I got for you, Southpaw. I hope that answers your question. Thank you for tuning in. But yeah, I really need to like start putting a dashboard for Twitch in case the ads pop up. You're welcome, and feel free to rewatch anytime. Okay, let me see who's left. So I'm probably gonna not change the queue here, but I'm just gonna look at the list because I know there's like there's some people who didn't get a reading yet. Okay, so Ravendirge, I think it's how it's pronounced. Ravendirge, you are next. What tea is your question? Unless Mr. Weird comes back, which I haven't seen him, so. Oop. No, you did not miss your turn. Mr. Weird has not had his turn yet, but. You know, come to think of it, I think there's a dashboard. There's a dashboard on YouTube. No, not YouTube, on Twitch. So let me see. Because I think it should warn me. I can't look at it's hard to look at that and then all the other stuff at once. Let me see, stream manager. I just wish it was like more of an app kind of deal. Okay, so it's showing when I look at my stream manager, it's saying that the pre-roll is off. But it's not telling me when the ads pop up. That's the one thing that I'm not sure of. But come to think of it, I think maybe the countdown, I think like there's like a 57-minute countdown. I'm assuming that's like how many minutes until the next ad pops up. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I should be getting like text messages to say like when the next ad should be coming, but it's not showing up for me. I don't know. But anyway, we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. I mean, I'm still learning a lot about Twitch. So much about Twitch. It's, as you can tell, especially with Southpaw and various other people asking about like learning stuff. I am learning so much. I am learning so much with this. Oh, God. Alright, so I'm going to move Mr. Weird to the bottom. There we go. Okay, so I know how to do. Okay, so Southpaw, you're done. So Ravendirge, you are next. If you happen to still be on here. But yeah, there's so much to the streaming side of Twitch that, like, honestly, I just I think I just hit a month since I became, no, in a few days I'll be hitting a month since I became affiliate on Twitch. And there's still so much I'm learning, and it's only been a month. It's only been a month. And then, like, just now, I just learned you could actually, like, manipulate the ads. I didn't know you could do that, like, in terms of, like, when things come up. I didn't know that. I literally didn't know that. I thought it was only a partner thing. It's wild. Okay. But let's see. Who is... Okay, who is next now? I feel that so hard, man. Oh my god. Okay, so as of right now, I decided to put Mr. Weird to the bottom. So in case he comes back, he's next. So Raven Dirge, if you happen to still be here, you're next. If not, then Sugar Plums will be next. And rest assured, if I don't get to you tonight, you'll be part of the next you'll be part of the next Seer Saturdays. You just gotta make sure you show up. Mademoiselle Raven! Ooh, eh. And I just realized Starry Momo is on a 5-stream streak. Thank you so much. That is huge. Okay. So, looks like Raven is in another castle. Don't worry. We will save their spot. But Sugar Plums, looks like you are next. Thank you so much for tuning in. Feel free to ask your question in the chat or via Discord. Okay, you are coming via Discord. I got you. I still have your DMs. Okay. Okay, so while Sugar Plums is giving context to her reading, I am going to go ahead and shuffle a song because I am feeling the urge to do a song recommendation. Yeah, I remember the first question you gave me. Yeah, I remember the first question you gave me. Uh-oh. Yeah, but yeah, I remember the first question you gave me. I had a lot of fun with that. That last stream was a lot of fun, honestly. I loved it. Like we got so many interesting questions too. Like past life stuff. I mean, y'all have basically inspired me to change up my work, honestly. Because I mean, off camera, like whenever I'm not doing this, I actually do tarot work. It's just not as I gotta say, it's not as consistent as compared to what I do here. It's certainly not as interesting what I'm finding, because I feel like you guys ask all the fun questions, in my opinion. You guys ask all the fun questions. Like, I'm serious. Like, I feel like all I get is, like, I mean, there's really not such thing as a bad question, but there is such thing as a badly phrased question. Like, I seem to get, like, all the time, like, just love readings whenever I'm on other platforms, which I mean, I don't mind doing them, but when it's the only thing, yeah, it gets repetitive. It gets exhausting after a while, and okay, I have to get real with you guys for a second. Today, I kind of lost it. I really lost it, because it was like, I had a moment where this client, I felt really bad. And yet, I felt like I just couldn't get a word in edgewise. And unfortunately, with the format of like the site that I'm working under, there's a timer on it, so there's only like so much time that I have. And so compared to here, where I can like break it down more thoroughly and explain things, I have to be like so quick and to the point when I do phone lines, because it's charged per minute for Seer. It's like whoever shows up. And so I feel like I can't get as thorough as I would like a lot of the time. And I feel as if I'm failing my clients, even though I know deep down I'm not. But today I feel like I especially failed. And it took a friend like trying to calm me down and also having to feed me, because I was hungry. When you're hungry, you are way more emotionally sensitive. So please feed yourself, get yourself a drink, because this stuff's exhausting, let me tell you. But yeah, not gonna lie, I almost retired. I almost gave up. I felt like selling every single one of my decks. That's how down I got. Yes, even little centered old me, right now, I'm better. I'm good now. But yeah, that was basically me today. I was like, why am I doing this? I am such a failure. Even though it's like, I knew in the back of my mind, it's like, it's not true. It's just you just had a really rough patch today. I had such a meltdown. I thought, I'm gonna retire tomorrow. So, long story short, if it wasn't for you guys on Twitch, I probably would have retired already. That's how tired I got. I'd even put so much into question. I thought, like, am I just not good enough to be like a minister or something? Because my dream is to become an interfaith minister in particular. Interfaith ministry is my ultimate dream. But yeah. God, I almost broke. Yeah, and I know you're here for me. I really appreciate it. And it's a good thing I had my friend here. Otherwise, yeah, I would have been done. But yeah, I'm pretty much tempted to like take off the love reading portion of my profile and see if that makes a huge difference in terms of the quality of readings. It's like right now, I feel like, I mean, I don't mind the short format, and certainly compared to Twitch, where you have to get up to like a $50 minimum in order to get the payout, which even though I'm getting AdSense, it's gonna take a while to like get up there. But like, at least like the site that I work for, it's a pretty good site for what it is. Like, you'll get paid pretty quickly like that. But it's like the variety is just not there yet. But I'm in the beginning. Don't worry, Raven, you're still on the list. You're still on the list. I just reordered you. So, tell you what, if Mr. Weird's not back by the time I finish with Sugar Plums, you're next. Actually, I'll make you next now since you're here. So yeah, this is a thing that my mod and I came up with. If you happen to not get read, be it I took too long or you get tired, you're still on the queue until the next stream. So if you show up the next stream, or if you still want me to pull for you, but you're just too tired to stay up with the live thing, just put it up, just put your question up, and then I can pull for you while I'm still live. So those are two ways I can go about it. So as long as you're on the list, A, and B, You show up or you add your question to the queue, I will read for you. It is not the end of the world. So don't drop off. I will still do it. Thank you. Okay, sugar plums for you. Aw, thank you. That really means a lot. Alright, I'm gonna be stuck on that first sentence for a little bit. I mean, that really does mean a lot. Especially after the day I had today, that really does mean a lot. Thank you. Ooh. Mermaid archetype energy. This is fun. This is why I like doing the Twitch readings. It's way more fun. Ooh. Okay, so Sugar Plums went on a holiday this week, went on a boat ride, went dolphin viewing, and felt a divine energy, like ultimate beauty ancestor type level. I love the show H2O. Oh my god. I mean, I watched Mako Mermaids back when my cousin lived here. It was like almost every day. Talking to your ancestors, spirit guides, higher self, and after going to camp, I was gonna be worried about my practice by sending my ancestors. It would be so cool if you showed yourself to me right now. 2 dolphins jumped up, and for the next 30 minutes, these dolphins just kept coming. So, your question is, what were your ancestors trying to tell you? Then especially with the dolphins, because you start uni soon, and it was like they were just there for me to calm my worries. That's a good question. Ooh. An ancestral interpretation. So, I'm feeling... Okay, so I'm feeling I want to draw from one of each medium. So I'm feeling one from my Goddess Guidance Oracle, because I usually play that for myself, but I feel like pulling it for here, because I feel like a deity might be coming through here. I'm going to pull one from the Queen Herbie deck, and I'm going to pull a couple of, tarot cards for you. So that should be all. That should give you some clarification. Let me see how much time I got. I think it's saying 42 minutes until an ad. Double check me, Hyun, just to make sure I'm reading that correctly. Because I think it's 42 minutes. And also, I'm feeling Archangel energy as well. So that's 4 decks we're working with today. Oh, aliens too. That's so funny because like one of my friends, my friend and I, we go to Reiki like every 2 to 3 weeks, and we go to a Unitarian Universalist fellowship. And like ours is a very hippie / pagan Unitarian Universalist fellowship, because like Unitarian Universalism started off as Christian, but like it became eventually like a theology that has no creed, so essentially anybody can show up, whether you're Christian or atheist or anything else. And our fellowship has a lot, and I mean a lot, of energy workers. So like every first and third Sunday, they would have Reiki practitioners like give their services for free to us. And so long story short, my friend, like I get Reiki. That's where discernment comes in. That's where discernment's very important. But thankfully these guys are legit. Like they really are good. But yeah. So I get Reiki, and yeah. my friend, it's one of my personal friends too who does Reiki as well. So she does Reiki for me, and she's like, "Yeah, you need to ground. You need to get more in the habit of grounding." Guilty as charged. Because I want to sense that, like, goodness, your energy is like spiraling. You need to like ground yourself, which I'm gonna do after the stream, by the way. And then my friend gets Reiki, the Runcible Spoonie, for anybody who remembers, that the person who unfortunately woke y'all up with her very loud voice. Apologies for that. But anyway, she comes in, she gets her Reiki. She gets her Reiki, and then the first thing that comes to her brain is space. We could not stop laughing for like 5 or 6 minutes. 5 or 6 minutes, we were just laughing our butts off. I mean, sometimes you just gotta have that lighthearted energy, you know? You just gotta loosen up. And it's just great, you know? Like when you're just able to get that belly laugh. I mean, I have been I felt like I was such a stick in the mud for a little bit. So the fact that like that happened in a Reiki session was kind of hilarious, but it also felt really good. I think we all needed it after the year that was 2025. Oh, come on. I'm not that bad. Come on. So yeah, so we got a bunch of spiritual helpers coming out today. We got the angels, we got the goddesses, we got Queen Herbie, we got the tarot. I love you too. Oh man. Okay. Okay, so we got the angels here. Let's start with them. So Archangel Michael in particular. So the first card, this is very straightforward. Believe and trust. So yeah, your ancestors were coming through those dolphins. For sure. Let me get something more specific here. Believe and trust. La, 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 la. There we go. To resolve the situation, you must believe that everything is healed and whole right now. As your faith grows stronger, the doorway to divine solutions will open. Your trust enables your mind and body to relax, which increases your creative energy and strength. Two qualities that will prove especially helpful to you. Possible specific meanings. The situation will have a happy outcome. Positive thinking will bring you your desired outcome more rapidly. Give worries to God and the angels. Trust the person you're inquiring about. Believe in yourself. So, yeah, your ancestors definitely were coming through the dolphins. Let's see what else we can find out here. I am really getting into the deities today. Okay, so what else could I tell? Okay, so... Alright, let's see what they gotta tell me. Alright, goddesses. You have steered me right for all these years. Let's tell Sugar Plums what she needs to know. Alright. What do you need to know, Sugar Plums? Oh. Ooh, yep, felt that one. And over here. Okay. If Gabrielle pops up, for sure. Anyway. Alright, so one goddess we got is Sekhmet. You're stronger than you think you are, and your strength serves a happy outcome. I agree. In terms of like, I know one deity that's one ocean deity that I could think of, at least for goddesses, is Yemaya. Her image actually, I believe, is the image of Starbucks. Her likeness was used in Starbucks, I believe. Might want to double check that, but I have a feeling that Yemaya was one of the inspirations. I know another one in terms of Nigerian deities is Mamiwata. That's another really big water deity. I think it's the same one actually, Mamiwata. Because like she's Nigerian. I also heard her stuff. I also heard in East Africa, she's pretty big too. But she's considered a mermaid as well. But yeah, Sekhmet is the Egyptian deity. So here's the quote from the book itself for Sekhmet. See yourself as strong and victorious. Don't complain about anything. Don't blame anyone or any condition. You're the embodiment of strength, not victimhood. As you rise above the old tendencies and see yourself in the new light of beautiful feminine strength, your life will automatically shift in miraculous ways. You'll attract new opportunities, forms of abundance, and relationships to help you manifest your highest potential. Being strong means seeing yourself in the most favorable light you can imagine. Be real, allow yourself to feel genuine emotions, but most of all, be strong. Various meanings include: don't underestimate yourself, don't yield to pressure or temptation, avoid complaining or indulging in negative thinking, and engage in weight training exercises to make your body stronger. Yeah, you're right. It's really interesting that like Zimbabwe is landlocked. At least I think it is. Like the whole thing's landlocked, I think, right? Let me check. But I know at least it should be like rivers going through it, right? Yeah, there should be like there's like there's some major rivers in like the top, like lakes, like around around the top of the country. Yep. Yep. And Sekhmet is like she's a warrior goddess. Like she very much is about. There you go. Okay. Yeah. So exactly. I mean, even if it's not the ocean, there's still like There's still rivers that you're dealing with as well. But yeah, talking positively to yourself, especially when you come across like negative energy, that's important. So go on. I want to hear it. And the lake that I'm referring to in terms of Zimbabwe is Lake Kariba. That's what it's called. If anybody's wondering in terms of like what the lake in Zimbabwe is called. So the other card that I got for you is Nematona, who is the Celtic goddess of sacred spaces and sacred groves. Bottom says, create an altar or visit a power place to connect with the divine. And I think the ocean, definitely, the way you described it, sounds like a power place. I think it's a power place for you. Same time, don't limit it yourself to just that. There's many other sacred spaces that can come up. So, here's the description here. Your sacred space is within you now. By creating an altar or visiting a sacred site, you connect with the symbols and energy that have been infused with meaning and prayer over the centuries. Don't take these symbols lightly, for they're powerful indeed. So, the dolphins, for example. When you connect with sacred symbols, you help your inner sanctity find a home in the outer world. You also tap into the ancient wisdom and spiritual grace of the old ways. Explore spirituality through sacred symbols and sites, and allow your soul to joyfully meander among the various ways available to you to unite with the divine. It's not a matter of how you connect, but that you do so frequently. Various meetings include: build an altar in your home, take a spiritually oriented trip. You need a quiet place of refuge and retreat for yourself. Create a medicine wheel or labyrinth. Walk the labyrinth. Clear the energy in your home with sage or herbs, prayer, toning, invoking Archangel Michael, or other space clearing methods. Interesting. Huh. That is fascinating. But yeah, long story short, I feel like the biggest message that I'm getting for you right now so far with what I've pulled is very much about, like, trust what you saw and felt. Thank you. Yeah, I also got the notification. I'm gonna snooze it. So it'll snooze for 5 minutes. Yeah, I got the notification now too. I get those now. So thank you. I just snoozed it for 5 minutes. 5 extra minutes to read. But anyway, what I'm getting so far is trust that the sign that you just said, yeah, that was your ancestors that popped up. And the message I'm getting clearly so far with this is to, well, you've already said that you're already, like, practicing positive thinking and going to the gym. The other thing is take the time as well to, like, if you have like a personal practice, a personal spiritual practice, if you haven't, like, set up like a space for yourself to do that, do so. Because making a sacred space for within, not just for when you're out in public or like when you're out in church and stuff, having your own sacred space is also going to make a big difference. Be it going to a beautiful space, be it going to, a small spot on your desk. I have like a small corner altar. Yeah, good. Okay, so I'm feeling that there's a call for you to start doing a bit more devotional work with it. Take some time to be with that space. Yeah, I even have my own corner altar actually on the side here that I use almost every day. I did like a deep clean of it like last week. But yeah, if you feel like as if like you need some like more time to be with your ancestors, with your spirit guides, etc. Remember that ultimately you do not have to lock it down to one sacred space, because the sacred space ultimately is within you. The tools are extensions, they are assists to make the signal a bit stronger, like a radio. But ultimately, the sacred space begins and ends with you. So wherever you find the divine, wherever you find God, wherever you find your spirit guides, ultimately begins and ends with you. Okay, so I got a song for you here. And then let me get out some tarot. But yeah, I delayed the ad for you, so hopefully it shouldn't be showing up. If it is, I am so sorry. But I thought it'd at least give me another 5 minutes. Ooh. Okay. So tarot really jumped out today, so I'm gonna pull out. There's 4. Okay. So, first off, we got the 2 of Swords. Give an offering of cherries in a cup. I've been wanting Victoria's Secret perfume forever. After I was waiting for Victoria's Secret, and there was a limited edition cherry perfume and lotion. Ooh. Yep, good example. And also, I need to go to Victoria's Secret because that sounds really nice. Because I'm going to have to wait until this ice storm passes this weekend before I do that. Hopefully it's still there. Nice. But yeah, first off, we got the 2 of Swords. So, if you're feeling like you're at a stalemate with something, don't be alarmed. Don't get too frustrated, because there's clearly things that you need to start balancing decision-wise. Yeah, I got like a bunch of sprays in my closet actually from Victoria's Secret that like they don't make anymore that I need to start using ASAP. I really need to try. I always wanted to try more glamour magic. I should probably, maybe this year will be the year that I finally do it. But anyway, yeah, 2 of Swords. Okay, add in 5 again. Okay, about to start. Okay, because I delayed it. Can I snooze it again? Okay, I snoozed it again. So I got another 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm getting less ad share, but you know what? I want to explain this. Of course, thank you. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I really want to give it a shot, like, more often, really. But anyway, 2 of Swords. It's a call for you to be honest with yourself, especially if you come at an impasse on certain things. So if you have like a stalemate, it's a call for you. Don't get too frustrated. Be very honest about where you want to be. And then the Magician and the Sun. These are 2 big ones here. 2 things to remember. Number 1, you are the creator of your destiny. I have this feeling I pulled this card for you before. I don't remember. You might want to play back the previous reading that I did for you last week. But I just had this feeling I pulled this again. But like, remember, you are the manipulator of your own destiny, of your own fate, your own confidence, and your creativity. As you talked about with the Victoria's Secret thing, excuse me, you have the energy to manipulate the unseen forces in your own unique way. So learn how to harness it, and harness it for good, and more importantly, with gratitude and focused intention. Because skillful means, especially in something as big as manifestation, very important. Secondly, the Sun. There's a lot of good things coming your way, and a lot of knowledge that is going to come through you, through your ancestors, through your spirit guides, through anybody that you talk with. There's a lot of knowledge that's going to come through to you. And with that also comes a lot of renewal and a lot of invigoration and assurance of your path. So have faith that wherever you need to go is where you need to go. Wherever you need to be is exactly where you need to be. So trust that the picture will come to fruition when it is time, when it is ready. Got a couple more here. Okay. So we got the 2 of Wands and Strength. Noticeably, a lot of lion energy, which is also the symbol of Sekhmet, funnily enough. So if you've never really worked with like Egyptian deities or listened to like a deity like Sekhmet, I think she might be worth looking into, either with working with her or exploring her story, because I feel like her energy is really coming through here from what I've seen with these cards. So Strength is about courage and about gentle persuasion. And like I said, skillful means and masterful manipulation. Not manipulation as in like manipulation of like convincing somebody of some things they don't want, but like manipulation as in like manipulation of forces, like you just described with the Victoria's Secret thing. And more so about unshakable resolve. Well, if you need a spiritual consultant for when films are done, if you need somebody to like help your actors after the film is done, or if you need an actor, I'm your girl. I love theater. I love movies. I'm a media buff. I just love it. But yeah, strength. Very much about, especially in an industry like the arts, you need every bit of courage and every bit of support that you can get. So it's important that you have great composure and great resolve, as well as skillful means. And then the other one is the Two of Wands here, which is about personal power, influence, and balance, as well as courage. The overarching thing with Sekhmet, the Two of Wands, and strength is remembering that you have courage. Courage is not the absence of fear, but doing the thing that you really want to do despite it anyway. And most importantly, to keep that boldness alive and see it as an adventure, but also temper it with a bit of humility. Temper with a bit of humility, because it's important to have ego, especially those who have been marginalized out of having ego. Okay, let me clarify here. Hold on, let me land. Okay. So, with something as big as Hollywood especially, they have a tendency to have egos up the wazoo. Case in point, I don't know if you heard recently, but like, you remember those Glambot videos? Like the ones where like it has that dramatic push kind of videos where people tend to like show off the outfits in a certain way. Now, one of the famous influencers of the Glambot, I think his name is Cole Walliser, has recently come into some backlash because of the way that he talks about the Glambots by not explaining the budget in a kind of way that some celebrities might have approached him. He basically did that with like basically regular people, basically non-celebrities. And that's kind of a risk when it comes to like fields like these sometimes, is that they have egos. Yes, the whole JLo thing in particular. Yeah, so there's a JLo thing, but then there's also even him himself, unfortunately. That also kind of came up recently. That cycle of like overinflated ego. So in the case here, well, I was talking about in terms of like have your really strong have a really strong personality, but also have a dash of humility when you can. What is important is, yeah, exactly. Like what I was trying to get to, especially if you come from a marginalized population, be it in okay, I'm running out of snoozes, so I'm gonna try and make this quick. So when I talk about like ego, especially, it can get it can be hyper inflated, especially when it comes to industries like public facing industries like film, where your name is attached to everything. Or because the same thing happens in academia, where we're talking about like first credit, second credit, who gets listed first in a paper, etc. That gets pulled a lot. especially when it comes from a marginalized population, be it in sexuality, be it in romantic orientation, be it race, gender, etc. 222 on the clock, nice. For us sexually, we have the different problem. We have to make sure our egos are still intact, because they'll try to they try to beat it out of us. Same time though, we cannot forget where we come from, and more importantly, pave the way so that way not only do we make it easier for people like us to achieve what we do, but also make it easier for us to navigate in case we have to go back. Hopefully I'm making sense here. And I'm a Black woman as well, so I totally get it. So I got a few seconds of this ad here. I want to save my last snooze for whoever comes next, but when we come back, I will try to explain this point a bit further. I'll also reveal your song card. All right, so we're gonna go through this ad break here. Let me see how long this is. Yeah, I'll make it 60 seconds. Okay, ad break ends in 50 seconds. Perfect. Oh, that's sweet. All right, we should be back in just a moment in 25 seconds. Yep, ad jail sucks. Let me just make sure. But I just want to double check something. Oh my god. Okay. This is hilarious. This is hilarious, Sugar Plum. Yeah, absolutely. So, I think you guys are back. I think I did see the seconds. Yes? Yes. I saw the seconds. Yeah. I saw the countdown. Thank goodness I figured out how this dashboard works. Yes. Yes. And yeah, especially when we're going through, I mean, I'm going through like 2 unconventional fields. While yes, spirituality is a common thing for POC, my mode of spirituality is not the average person, like what the average person tends to do, a person like myself. And also Twitch. I mean, me being here like this is unthinkable. Okay, it's like I'm literally forging a new path for myself right now. And I especially want to expand into other fields. Like film. I really want to like do like documentary shows in particular. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, some of it's going to come down to gumption. And you've got plenty of that from what I can tell from your text anyway. But yeah, long story short, I think in this case, we got to build up our egos. Especially as women, or as femmes. As women, as NBs, basically any marginalized population, we kind of got the different problem. We got to build up our egos enough that we're able to navigate this world, but also make sure we maintain some humility so that way we remember where we come from and where we want to go. Because let's be for real, these big industries, basically anybody who's not a cis man, essentially. This is really good video from this channel called Breaking Up Patriarchy, where it talks about spirituality, in particular women's spirituality. No offense, Tonto Studios. I feel like you're like the exception to the rule. I feel like you're the exception to the rule with the fact that you're here already. So do not. But yeah, there's this really good channel called Breaking Up Patriarchy, and it talks about feminine and masculine spirituality and how we need to address the needs of both. Where for those who lean more towards the feminine side of spirituality, we need to build ourselves up. Whereas those who lean towards the masculine part of spirituality need to start giving back more to the community, and because like their egos are already big enough to know how to give back without losing themselves. So different needs. So yeah, basically, Sugar Plums, what you've been doing, keep doing that. And I believe in you. I mean, I think with the right strategy, and especially with all that. I don't know. I think I see you more as the Simu Liu Ken. But yeah. Alan. Yeah, I love Alan. Alan knows how to fight back. But yeah, here's the most hilarious thing, Sugar Plums. I pulled this song for you before. So this should be an affirmation that whatever you've been doing, keep doing it. This is because I had to scroll back to my texts that I did for you. I pulled the same song. Mad Queen Mantra. And I shuffled. Y'all saw me. I shuffled. She popped out. Yeah, Mad Queen Mantra popped up again. And I've been listening to it off camera, and it's a good song, I have to say. So, keep that self-affirmation going, girly, because it's working. It's working. So whatever you've been doing, keep doing it. Okay? That's what I got for you. Oh, wow. I'm glad. You know, I'm glad. You are so welcome, my friend. You are so welcome. I'm so happy that you tuned in. All right. So with that, all right. So Raven, you are next. You are next, my love. Hit me with your question. Bye, Sugar Plums. You have a good night, okay? You have a great night. Or morning. I don't know what time it is. Yes. Okay, oh, wow. Okay, it's 2 p.m. for you. Okay. Yeah, go to the gym. Make sure you stretch first. Make sure you stretch. Make sure you warm up. Warm-ups are important. Hydrate, don't dehydrate. Wait a second. Are you in like Southeast Asia or something? Australia! That is awesome! That is awesome. We got an Australian friend. Oh my god. That is like my dream that my dream destination actually is New Zealand, but like Australia is like on my bucket list of places I want to go to. That is awesome. But yes, you have a good workout today. And I actually watched the Crocodile Hunter movie last year. And I was thinking of Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles. That's so funny. But yeah, okay, so Raven, your question. What do I need to do to bring in line relationships, platonic and romantic? That is a very, very, very good question. Yeah, go to bed if you need to. Go get some sleep. And thank you, Sugar Plums, for your bits. For the 5 bits that are like snowmen. Bye. You have a good day now. Yeah. Y'all just remind me why I do this. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate you. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a little bit. Okay. So, for Raven, I've got a 5-card spread for you that I think will cover what you need. It's a 5-star card spread, which will cover the 5 elements: the practical, the mental, the emotional, the magical, and the spiritual. In terms of how to bring in aligned relationships. Get the holistic picture here. Okay. A little bit of a smudge break here. Ooh, that smells good. Yes, I love being thorough. I'm a thorough queen here. Okay. So, I don't know why that decided to stay behind. 5 of Cups. So, already the first thing, I haven't pulled the spread yet, but already, I think there's already like an importance of acknowledging how far you've come up until this point. Yes, I am a thorough queen. But yeah, especially if you have been through like a breakup or something, or just something nasty in a relationship, it's important to acknowledge maybe the losses that you have gone through emotionally or personality wise because of those relationships, but simultaneously don't get so caught up of what could have been. That's already like one piece of advice that just popped up just now when I was trying to shuffle earlier. So don't know why I felt like saying that, but that felt very important for me to pull out. It's like 5 of Cups, it's a very lonely energy. So it's important that you acknowledge your emotions, but simultaneously don't get too stuck in them. That's for positive or negative emotions, but especially the negative ones. Yes. Exactly. Thank you, Yun. 감사합니다. No. No, it is not. Please not repress yourself. Holy smokes! Wow. Man, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, 2025 seemed to be like hell froze over for everyone. Whew. Man, yeah, that four of cups really was meant to, like, that five of cups really was meant to be pulled out there. Oh my god. That is... These cards are scary sometimes. Like, I just felt like flipping that over, and it just happened to fit. So, if anything, that should be proof right there that I don't use this as a predictive medium. Because the fact that, like, I pulled that and it happened to fit Raven's situation like that. I don't plan this stuff, y'all. I swear. Yeah. Yeah, I totally get it. You gotta protect your energy and protect your peace. So, let's help you get some aligned relationships. Okay. I feel kind of like a temperature change sometimes. Sometimes it's like a magnet. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's gonna make it like 15 years since I started pulling, and 5 since I started going at this professionally. Agreed. Funny you mentioned that. Funny you mentioned that. Because my charity of the season, like the people on the charity I'm requesting for this year, is actually about universal therapy, or like affordable therapy. Which reminds me, there's this show on YouTube that came up recently called I'm Happy You're Here, and the first season is about, like, for people who are scared of going to therapy and the various approaches you can use it. Like, the main aim is basically to, like, discourage people from using, like, things like ChatGPT and Google Gemini as a substitute for therapy. Highly recommend it. It's like, it feels like the BoJack Horseman. It's kind of like BoJack Horseman with, like, way more optimistic when it comes to humor. But yeah, I love it. I love that show. I'm Happy You're Here. It's with puppets. Yeah. So, like, I think, like, the show was originally started as, like, kind of like a parody of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, but actually educational for adults. But then I think it like turned into basically a warning of like, please don't use AI as a replacement for therapy. Here are some options for therapy that you can try. It really is. But anyway, to answer your question for Raven, so here's our five card star spread. So, starting with the element of earth, the practical. We got Temperance. I love this card in particular, the way they illustrated it, because it has like two dragons. Like very strong dragon energy. I've been working a lot with dragons recently in my spirituality, so it's pretty cool. But yeah, for your practical, the first thing that could help you get more balanced and equitable relationships is to see the balance of opposites. Like, see how you can balance the opposites in your relationships, like contrary interests, or putting the opposites towards a concentration of purpose. Like, there's a saying, opposites attract. And this is very true here, especially with Temperance, where actually separation makes the bond weaker. In this case, you got to figure out how to make the opposites work together. Like, case in point, to give an example, I mean, with my mods and our relationship, we're actually from very different spiritual perspectives, but we are thick as thieves. There's always something that bonds you together, even with those differences. So, balancing those opposites, knowing how to negotiate with those opposites. Love you too, my friend. Knowing how to negotiate those opposites is very important when it comes to having a really good bond. Makes a huge difference. So next, the element of air, mental. Yeah. We may be of different spiritual persuasions, but how we see the world, very similar. Very true. And then Runcible Spoonie is like in the middle. Middle of both of us. So the perfect trifecta. Alright, so next we got the mental for air. And we got the magician. So, the magician for the mental. Yeah. Biggest thing I think is very important is to be able to define what it is that you would like in your friendships and relationships, and what dynamics that you would like to live out. And I know with that there was that difficult action of having to separate from 3 of your friends due to a not so beneficial dynamic, and also the fact that they were not able or not willing to work on said dynamic. I'm gonna borrow a term from one of my favorite creators, Mia Magic. She calls herself a permissionary, where she, like, her mission is to allow people to get permission to do the things they've wanted to do. If sometimes it feels like some people just need that permission slip for life, and she's basically the personal permission slip. Like, you got your permission to do this. You don't require it, but in case you need it, I got you. Similarly, I'm your permissionary today. If you feel like as if what you want's impossible, newsflash, it isn't. I think it's like, if you can think of it, you can certainly do it. So, I give you permission, most importantly, to think about what dynamic you want in your relationships and then find some way to act on them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, when you grow past a certain phase in life, because like inevitably we're gonna grow. It's just part of us. Development is part of life. Like we have to develop, otherwise we're gonna feel stagnant. I think what people tend to be more afraid of is not necessarily change, but so much the inability to. Like my biggest fear absolutely is me staying the same, if not getting worse than where I started. But yeah, I feel like for your next set of relationships, or if by some miracle they happen to finally come around, though I'm not going to push that too much. The best thing you can do right now is think about where you want to go next in your relationships and define that. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, it's important that you always take the time to get to know yourself. Exactly. Keep the door unlocked, but don't wait by it. Exactly. So, you're always going to get to know yourself. Like, even if some things happen to remain the same, like, for me, I've always enjoyed Kingdom Hearts ever since it came out, or Sailor Moon. How you interact with it might be different compared to, like, the first few times you watched it, or the first few times you played it, even if the love's still there. So, always allow yourself to reinvent when you can. This right here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You took the words right out of my mouth. You got it. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's just why they're my mod. So next, we got the emotional aspect, the element of water. And we've got the Six of Pentacles. So, in terms of relationships, one of the biggest parts of relationships, be it romantic or platonic or anything in persuasion in between, is very much about the cycles of dependency and and benefits. Who's benefiting who? It doesn't have to be this hyper transactional thing that capitalism makes it out to be, but more so about, how do I put it? More so about, how do you feel about the exchange of energy? It doesn't have to be perfectly equal. In some ways, depending on where that person comes from or where you come from, it might not exactly turn into that, but like, to what proportion are you two comfortable with? And what ways could you be flexible, and which things are non-negotiable? These are things you have to navigate in any relationship, but especially when it comes to relationships that require this deep sense of vulnerability, which, I mean, a lot of stuff does, but especially when it comes to emotional vulnerability. Yes, equitable would be a better word. We have to acknowledge we are independent beings, but there is some degree of dependency that we are going to have when it comes to these relationships. Like, what we're doing right now is a dependency. I depend on you guys watching. Otherwise, this is just glorified recording footage, which that was what this channel was for a little bit. I was looking at if I even had one person tune in. Exactly, we're social creatures. So there's like, so even in our most independent personalities, like we have the money, we have our housing, we have our ways of getting around town. We are still dependent on other people to get things moving. Be it getting a package, be it getting our food, be it making sure our internet works. As much as we want to be in solitude, yes, even the most introverted person, yes, and it takes a lot of awareness to even say that, which you definitely have it with the way you answered. So I think you're already ahead of the curve than most people, with the fact that you have that awareness of how dependency tends to be treated. So once again, if you take the time to figure out what dynamic you would prefer and be able to articulate that already makes a world of difference. Like, communication already it's the biggest thing. And yeah, there's really like two major arcana cards in like the practical and the mental aspect. There's a lot that you can do. There's a lot that you're already doing just by asking this question. It's very much a matter of perspective and willingness of action. And I think if you meet with that energy of willingness, there will be some reciprocation of some sort. Absolutely. So, our next card here, number 4, is the element of fire, the magical part. That's the ineffable part of the story. Woo-hoo. It is the moon. And I think all relationships have some degree of this. So, the moon, a little bit different from the sun here. So the moon has a little bit of an illusory or delulu kind of nature, because sometimes we bond over the most ridiculous of things, the most left field thing ever. Yeah. And sometimes, funnily enough, sometimes we ourselves are the bridge to like help them start doing that. Yeah, people be peopling sometimes. But yeah, to get back to this card for the fire, the magical, the moon. It's very much about the most left field thing that brings a bond together. Because you could only be deliberate to a certain extent, because eventually the heart's going to take over and do what it wants, and you get that bond. Like, you can just bond with, like, the people that you think would be the last person you'd be, like, lifelong friends with. Like, I'm thinking about, like, even, like, my own relationships with friends. And we bonded over the most ridiculous thing when you look back on it. Like, for me, the Principal Spoonie, for example, she's a regular on the channel. We first saw each other at the fencing club at our university, but it wasn't until Hurricane Sandy hit and I happened to be watching Bridget Jones's Diary outside of the hallway to her dorm. She happened to come out the moment like the movie was about to end. She was like, "Oh my god, I love that movie." And we ended up having breakfast the next day and the rest was history. We've been friends for like, I think it's gotten up to like 16 years now. Or 15 years. We've been together for a long time. Maybe 14 years. It's in the teens right now. Like our friendship's at its adolescence right now. Let's just go with that. But long story short, we've been friends for a super long time. We are so different in a lot of ways, but we bonded over the most ridiculous thing, and yet we're basically like sisters. We practically are sisters. We can be deliberate as much as we want to, and yet there is always that magical left field Delulu thing that comes in and forges that bond. So remember that you have a lot of influence, you have a lot of say. Also, be open to the magic, be open to the whimsy. That is friendship. Give yourself a chance. If you find like you find the people that you want to bond with, you find them so cool, take a risk and go for it. Say, "Hi, you want to hang out sometime?" I find a lot of us adults, we're actually kids in big bodies. We want to be like the cool kids. We want to sit at the kids' table. We just want to like go goof off. And that's okay. Allow yourself to do that. Be that childlike person again. Also with a little bit of that adult intelligence. We got the ability to be both. It's like growing old is required, growing up is optional. Very true. Bring out that little kid. It's okay. And finally, for spirit, we got the spiritual here, and we got the world. We got a lot of major arcana here today. The world is your oyster, my friend. Most importantly, if that person, you come away with some peace of mind and satisfaction, and you feel this sense of balance after you walk away from a conversation with them, that's worthwhile company. That is very worthwhile company. And especially when you feel like you can like share an aspect of your world with someone, and it feels like there's like a mutual benefit to sharing that world, that's a keeper. That is honestly a keeper right there. I mean, obviously we can't be all sides to everyone, like even if we happen to be like the best of friends, like the best of the best with them. But if you can like at least show the most important parts of yourself, especially the parts where you need to be humble for a little bit, or you just need to like show where you're struggling for a little while. if they can see you where you're at and just be with you in that moment, not focus so much on, I mean, they can fix the situation. If they can fix the situation, sure. But like, if they could just be with you in that moment while fixing the situation, if they can. If they can't, at least being with you. That way they're ready as a keeper. Honestly. Honestly, me too. I think that's why I enjoy Twitch so much. And I enjoy just... I think one of the big prerequisites is just being able to talk about things. Both the deep stuff and the nonsense. Both the deep, because like I like a bit of both nowadays. Before I was so uber serious, but now I think I just want a balance of both the ridiculous and absurd, and the serious and profound. Bit of both. Somebody who knows how to laugh takes you so far, as well as going deep. So, yeah, this is a really interesting reading that you gave me here. Thank you so much for that, Raven. That is amazing. And you know, Shrek is such a, like, it's actually a really deep plot when you think about it, because when you think of fairy tales, every single part, especially in the first two films, the whole story is a subversion. Every single solution you would think would be in a traditional fairy tale, it's a subversion of traditional tropes. Like for example, the stereotypical nobleman, like Lord Farquaad or Prince Charming, they don't get the princess at the end. I mean, most people don't. But yeah, like the first two movies are a case study in how to do subversion right. Oh my god. Whoever made those movies is a genius. Such a genius. Yes. Shrek is love. Shrek is life. I used to play the there was actually a Game Boy Advance. I think it was a Game Boy Advance Shrek fighting game that my friends and I played obsessively. I always play Princess Fiona, but yeah. Legit. That is so true. That is so true. That is so true. Okay, so I'm gonna give ourselves I'm gonna start the ad break early, and then we will move on to, I think there's one more. Let me see. But yeah, I hope Raven, I hope that answered your question pretty well. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start the ad break a bit early. So I mean, that is how, yeah, it's true, you're right. But yeah, I'm going to start the ad break a little bit early because I did have one more question via the Discord. Yeah, that's the Discord that's my Discord person. So I'm going to start the ad break a little bit early, and then we will answer Runcie's question on Discord. And then I think I'll end off with like a general frequency thing to keep in mind for this weekend. So we'll be back in a little bit. Stay tuned, everybody. You are so welcome. All right, we'll take a little bit of an ad break. We'll be back. Gonna hydrate. Okay. I am definitely going to need a refill after this because I've been drinking. All right. So, speaking of longtime friends, this question comes from the Runcible Spoonie. And it's a pretty massive question. And it's one they have told me personally. And hopefully this pool I'll be able to give them an answer. Okay. Oh, we got another ad break. Hold on. Let me look through this question and then we'll get going. Okay. Let's give it one moment here. Got another ad in a few seconds, so I'm going to let that pass and then we'll continue. Oh, okay. It already happened. Never mind. Okay. It'd be like that sometimes. Anyways, so this question that we're about to answer, well, I'm about to answer, is from the Runcible Spoonie, a longtime sub of the channel and friend of the channel as well. I have a major decision to make. My financial aid came back for doing a study abroad program in Florence for grad school. I can do a year and graduate in 2027, but it will put me $30,000 in debt. I could do a semester with less debt, but a graduation date is not certain now. I want to live in Italy for a year without the help of a man, but I don't know if money means I should compromise and meet the real world halfway. I do know I will not be able to settle as a person, feel truly anchored when it's time to put down roots, or marry wholeheartedly if I go to Florence. Which of the two paths will give me the stronger outcome? The semester or the year? So, really interesting question, Runcy. So, I'm going to do my best with what I've got here, based on what we got with the spread. So, the spread that I'm going to do for Runcible Spoonie is the 2 options spread. And I'm thinking, regardless, you should go to Florence. This is something that Runcie's been talking about for a long time coming. Ever since you started their program. I know her personally, so I can say that. But yeah, regardless of how long she goes, I think she should go. In terms of how long, I mean, me personally, I probably would have risked it and gone for the year. Because at least it'll give me the time, it would give it the time that it needs. But I know practicality does come up too. I'd probably be struggling with the same decision if I had to do something similar for Japan or any other country that I'm interested in. But let's see what the cards have to say that I hope will make the decision a little easier. So, let's clear the air, shall we? And funny you say Disney movie because, like, she nicknames me the resident Disney princess. Her life's a lot more of a Disney movie here. I gotta find the vendor who made this because I need to get another bottle. I've been using it for the entire year and it smells so good. It has some Florida water in it. I'm feeling like shots fired. You're not wrong, but dang. Alright. So I was feeling some Queen Herbie. Gonna start with some of that first, because I know she listens to it, so. Alright. We're gonna start with some Queen Herbie. Ooh! This was me last year. R.I.P. to the old me. Oh! Shoot. Okay. And I've played her this song before too. Yeah, regardless of which, like, how much time she goes, regardless of how much time you go, gotta go get dressed up because you gotta mourn that old self. You might be walking into your villain era. But yeah, regardless of how long you're gonna go to Florence, be prepared to transform. That's the first piece of advice already. Because that song was my mantra last year. It's alchemy on the mic, like, whoa, your stuff alchemized my growth. It's not stuff. I am censoring myself here. And I am censoring myself for a reasonable explanation, because I did not put, like, a mature language advisory here, so I'm kind of keeping it PG-13. But yeah, by the way, this is one of my favorite songs from Queen Herbie. Give it a listen if you haven't listened to it. I'm going to type it up. But yeah, I love the beat of this song in particular. It's really good. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to have the left side of the spread represent if Runcie stays for a semester. I can't tell which one, though. Okay, I may have a slight guess as to which one. But I usually don't really I'm not really good at timing readings, honestly, because I could be completely off base. But anyway. Left side, I'll make it a semester. Right side, I'll make it a year. By the way, Hyun, if you can message her to jump on Twitch. That would be awesome. I'm presuming that she even has her iPad or her phone nearby, but if you get someone message Runcie to go on Twitch, that would be great. Please and thank you. Believe me, there have been moments like you should see me. Like, you should have seen me. Like, there were so many times, like, during Destiny especially, and whatchamacallit, Destiny and Fall Guys, where, like, I just almost cursed, because I mean, high stress will do that to you, but I didn't somehow. Oh, she's coming up? Okay. I thought she was tuning in. Hello.
Hello.
I'm doing your reading right now.
I heard.
So, you're probably gonna laugh when I show you what, like, the first card that I pulled.
Yeah.
Wah, wah. Yeah, in other words, you gotta be prepared to transform because, well, regardless of how long you're gonna be there.
It's gonna turn my head upside down.
That's for sure. Also, this is Principal Spoonie. Say hello, people.
Hello!
Sorry for the volume. Yeah. Yo roasted you a little bit.
How?
So we just asked the question. So I basically hit the background for the question, and hallucinating reality, one of my long-time subscribers said it basically sounds like a Disney movie, and said, look, yeah, first part a little bit, it's kind of like a nightmare Disney movie for the tragic backstory of the Disney princess. And I kind of joked around where I said, well, it's kind of funny you mentioned that considering that you nicknamed me the resident Disney princess.
So basically, just pulling that card, if I'm understanding correctly, it's basically creating a Disney princess setup. Or am I misunderstanding? My brain cells are all over the place.
Well, okay, so long story short, I read out the question you asked, and then one of my subs said, it sounds like a Disney movie.
Oh, no wonder. Lizzie McGuire movie. That's not the first time I've been told my life sounds like the Lizzie McGuire movie. They said the same thing with my last boyfriend when I came home with a Sicilian. And God help me if I go back to Italy and I pick up another souvenir.
Yeah, God help us.
God help us if there are more souvenirs.
Yeah, my subscribers are laughing this up.
Gee, wonder why.
Okay, so
it is kind of funny when you do become the Lizzie McGuire movie, especially when you watch it in Italian at your grad program.
I don't think you have to worry about the hallucinating reality. Her name's not Apollonia. Her government name's not Apollonia, so I think she'll be fine. God help both of our sanities.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can tell. Can you tell we've been friends for a long time?
Nah, it's not that obvious.
Really?
I'm messing with ya. I'm not very good at sarcasm, can you tell? I suck at sarcasm. Maybe that's something I'll get better at after Florence. R.I.P. to the old me.
And I've played that song for you before, so.
True, true. Now something strange flows in my veins. You know, reading that not too long after seeing the vascular surgeon, that takes on a whole other context.
Oh my god. Do not even think.
And the vascular surgeon said, don't work your schedule around us, we'll work your schedule around you. If we don't see you until June 2027, that's fine, go to Florence. Again, this vascular surgeon was always chill. He was like, sure, you can go to Italy 3 weeks after open abdominal surgery. He's like, look, it's fine. As long as you have someone else to carry the bags for you, go ahead and travel. This surgeon's very hands-off and live and let live.
Okay, so I'm feeling the left side is what would what would be the semester, and the right side would be a year. You dressed up as Dawn in high school? That is hilarious. Okay, so left side's semester, right side's year. I'm gonna see if I can predict which semester it is, but I'm not gonna put 100% stock on that because like my timing could be totally out of left field. Ooh, okay. So both of them they got two cards for the likely outcomes regardless. It's interesting.
Well, okay.
Okay. So you're gonna see it first, folks. We're gonna have a live reading here. All right. So for the two options, we got a wait a second. I wish I had my second I wish I had like I had a better setup for like putting like my stand here, because the way that I set this up looks very similar to Hyun's Libra spread a little bit.
Well, well, well.
Especially with the way like the outcome cards came out. But anyway.
Not a coincidence for the October Libra here.
There you go. Anyways, so first card in the diagram is about what grounds you. And we got the 9 of Cups. So, 9 of Cups. Yeah, there's very much an emotional component to this. That one I could have told you that even without pulling this. But it's very much about what you want to experience in Florence and the pleasure of the senses. And I mean, the saying of like La Dolce Vita that kind of came to my head. That's what I'm feeling like is the core of what's going on here. What's going to give you La Dolce Vita through this experience? So, key motivation. We'll go for that next. Yeah, the scales one. Dang, this is reading for filth, honestly. 10 of Pentacles. So, yeah. I mean, this is pretty much outlining straightforward what your concern is. It's like, there's something you obviously want to do, and then simultaneously, there's also, well, you really are concerned about the financial practicalities and making sure, most importantly, that regardless of what decision you take, that you have enough to actually enjoy the time you have there.
Yep.
So that's already pretty straightforward with these first two cards. But let's see what this third one, for the ideal outcome, let's see what that is.
What?
The Magician!
Oh, God! That was pulled as my significator a long time ago! Oh my God! This deck is reading me for Phil.
Yeah. So I think this center part's pretty straightforward. Pretty much read it out for Phil. Basically, what she just said in her questions, which is like, it's like, this is something I want to do. I need to figure out how to afford this. And ultimately, I just want to be able to take command of my life.
Yeah.
That's super obvious. Okay, let's just go through the side. The middle was way too obvious, so I don't know how much further I can go with those. So I'm just going to go with each side. So
What?
Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes, especially with reading for friends. Yeah, the face palm.
Yeah.
Okay, so left side is about the semester. Right side is about the year. So we're going to start with the left. So this fourth position is what you need to know. if you're going to go for a semester. The Three of Wands. So, the Three of Wands, since you're only, if you're going to go for a semester, there's going to be only so much you're going to be able to do in, like, what? Like 3.5, 4 months, about. There's only so much you're going to be able to, like, pull off during that period. So there's going to be some things you're going to have to expect that they're going to be uncharted for a while. But it's very much a time where you need to take the long view of your situation and take charge, most importantly, if you are going to go that short. Just, like, take on everything you can. And, you know, this is interesting. I didn't really think about this when I saw this before, but, like, I'm noticing, even though it's not exactly the correct pattern, I'm thinking crosses whenever I see this.
How fitting for Italy.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, granted, the symbols are more like foxes in the original deck for, like, not the original deck, like, they're more like foxes in, like, for the wands in this deck, but I noticed a cat-like figure.
Well, especially with the nature of the ears and the tail, that is not a foxtail.
Yeah, I know. But, yeah. Very much you have to go with where your heart takes you if you're going to go with semester. Like, you really have to be on top of things if you're going to go that short. Based on, I mean, this is a wild guess. Very, very, very wild guess. Don't quote me on this, but I'm feeling fall semester, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, I mean, fall semester, it would keep up the momentum right out of Squota, and it'd be easier to get a visa for, and on top of that, that would put me there right at the Christmas market season.
Yeah, it would. It absolutely would.
And it'd be the type of thing where even if I did have to fly back later, I'd be close enough that before going back home, I could do a round trip up to see Björn.
That is true.
And I do want to go to Sweden at Christmas at some point.
That is very true. Oh yeah, Hound of Heaven. I think I've heard this poem. I don't think I've read it, but I gotta check it out after the stream. Thanks for the media rec. Also, thanks to all the people who have been putting recommendations in my recommends tab in Discord. I really appreciate you. Anyway, likely outcome. I got 2 cards for this, so let's see what we got. So first, we got the King of Wands. And we got a lot of lion energy on this one.
Lion said?
Yes.
Nice booty. No, seriously. Look at the butt on this thing.
Oh, God. Anyway. So the King of Wands. The King of Wands is charismatic. The force of his charm is irresistible. He is a source of inspiration and bears his mantle of authority with ease, as if he were born with it. Which I mean, considering that, like, Italy is, like, basically one of the big art countries of the world, it's not surprising that you would come away with artistic inspirations when you go through this trip. So that's pretty obvious to me, pulling this card. And then the other one, Knight of Wands. Okay. So, very much... Okay, there's all wands on the left side here for... There's all wands on the left side of the spread if you're going to go for a semester. So it's very much this... There's very much, like... If you're going to go for this short, you might as well just go all in with whatever passions and curiosities that you have. You gotta be kind of locked in. Doesn't feel like the right energy for it, but you gotta be right on target with what you're gonna do during that semester because you only have so much time.
Yeah.
So if you're only gonna go for a semester, go all in.
Yep.
Maximize your time. Thank you. Maximize was the word I was looking for. So that's what I see for the semester. It looks good. Like it feels like it's like you're gonna be really diving into your passions here. So you can just focus more on just going all in on the experience and living the dolce vita. So that's what I'm seeing with this one. Now let's see with the year. Ultimately, the choice is still down to you, but this is just what I'm seeing so far. And ultimately, you're the magician. Ultimately, you have the final say.
Good point.
If there's some aspect you're not a fan of, you can still turn things around.
Oh yeah.
So here, with that said, let's look at the year and see how that looks. So first we got the Four of Swords. So a little bit of a different energy here. And the Four of Swords is very much about kind of keeping your ideas and your energy close, and taking a moment to kind of breathe, making sure that you are remembering the core of why you're there, and draw from the strength that you have. Because I mean, especially since you're going to be away from us for a longer term compared to a semester, there might be some points where you might get kind of homesick.
Yeah.
With being away that long. But remember, it's very important to remember your why.
Honestly, about 4 to 5 weeks in during my stay at Sicily, I started feeling a bit homesick. Like a part of me was like, I wish there was a way I could come back for a couple of days and then go back to Sicily, because I was like, I'm not pining to go back to this part of the world long term, but I would love to just go back for a weekend and see everybody and then come back.
Yeah. You're probably gonna have that moment again. But it's very important that you take that break and remember your why. And at least unlike a big divide of time, like me going to Japan, for example, at least it'll be a lot easier to keep in touch with us.
True.
So that's one plus already that's in your corner with choosing Italy over maybe Japan or Australia.
Wait, I just thought of something.
Go on.
Hyun, can you be my emotional support human? Like anytime I get homesick, you come down to Florence whenever I want. Well, I mean, they are in the same time zone. It's not as far.
It is true. It is very true.
Come on, you know you want to.
They said with what money?
We'll figure it out.
Alright, so likely outcome for the year, let's see. First off, we got the Seven of Swords. So Seven of Swords, it is... That card is very much about, victory at what cost kind of card. And... I'm gonna have to do some research here. $50 by train to get down to Italy? That's really not bad, though, compared to the United States.
I mean, hey, I remember the price being about the same to use Trenitalia, even without going into first class. And first class was like $100. And I remember seeing that and thinking, well, fuck yeah, it's a lot cheaper to go from Milan to Florence in that regard. And I was like, hey, I don't have to pay for my airfare, so why not go first class on the train?
And yes, I huff for cat. Yes, you can join in, of course.
Yeah, I'm always going to be a little smug about the fact that I don't have to pay for my airfare with this.
Okay. $50 to go to a city 2.5 hours from here, not Italy. Italy would be way more. But yeah, of course, you're always welcome here. But yeah, had to look up the Seven of Swords a bit more, get a bit more specific here. So, strategy and cunning, using intellect for stealth, getting away with something, or taking only what you need to succeed. But also avoidance, self-interest, and half-hearted effort. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like maybe the duration might be a little bit of a con in this case. Not necessarily, and it's not necessarily the financial aspect so much as it's screaming energy levels to me.
Well, there's also, too, that if I do the full year, that would be a commitment to a 40 to 50-page thesis. Whereas, if I did a semester, I would not be committed to a thesis in the same way.
Okay.
I would probably still ask for a capstone, though, with independent study.
Okay.
I'm a Bryn Mawr woman. I have to complete every master's with a capstone or a thesis, or it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, I mean, if I could do like a semester and do a capstone instead of a full year, especially because, too, like, a part of me is thinking if I can do a semester and graduate on the same timeline and have it cheaper, I'd be very open to that.
Yeah. So one thing I recommend that if you are still thinking about the year, you might want to ask about the stipulations for that thesis, because if that thesis ends up being too restrictive, it might not be worth it.
They're open to a lot of different topics, and you can pick your classes based around your thesis. You can choose between the classes at the Seve with Middlebury versus the University of Florence.
Yeah. Topics are one thing. How they actually do the thesis process is another.
That's a good point, which is part of why I am reaching out to some other people.
Good idea. So I say investigate that so that way not only do you still have the reserves if you are going to go for this, but also not feel like as if you have to like bend over backwards or go through some ridiculous hoops in order to be able to be successful at it.
Yeah, and I know that if somebody told me you can have a creative thesis, but you only go for a semester, or you go for a year, but you have to have a traditional analytical thesis, I'd hate to lose the time, but I do much better with a creative thesis.
That's totally fair. So, the final card that I got for the year is Ace of Pentacles. So, I'm starting to think that like maybe financially might not be the issue here. It's more so the logistics of the program itself is what you might need to focus on instead. Like how you're going to go through it. Because I mean, energy-wise, it's feeling like semester feels a little bit more feasible, not only financially, but also just vibe-wise, it feels a little better. But semester doesn't feel impossible. You're just gonna have to go do a little bit more digging about how that would go.
Yeah, and it's the type of thing where it's like, if I was forced to choose between a year versus no go at all, and for some reason the semester option didn't work, I think the choice would be obvious.
Yeah. So I think at this point, from what I'm seeing here, regardless of which way you go, which way you go, like you're going. You are going. That is no question about that. You are going. I think it's just more so, regardless of which way you go, and in the end, make sure you do your research, both in terms of things that you want to do while you're there, and also how things are gonna go down.
Yeah.
Because what I'm seeing here, the thing is not Yeah, that's regardless of duration. Yeah, that's what I was saying. But yeah, regardless of duration, you gotta look into that. But then it's like, yeah, the thing that's like popping up for me here, it's not the financial part. It's more so what you feel like you're gonna get out of it. So I say maybe think about what it is that you want to get out of the program, what you want to do, and then based on how many things you list out, that should maybe tell you the answer of how long you feel like you can go for it.
That's a good point. List out everything I want. You know what? That's perfect. I'll go over that with one of the program directors and the alumni I've been talking to.
Yes. Alums especially can tell you a lot.
Yeah.
And then those, especially if you can get like more fresh alum, the fresher the better, because...
Oh, absolutely. The ones I'm talking to are fresh.
Perfect. Okay.
Now, the one I'm closest with was in the 4 Summers program, and he definitely pushes that above all else.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, you don't want to do the 4 Summers program? And it's like, well, it's been my dream to live in Italy for an extended period without the help of a man. And I was also like, hey, the opportunity that I was told about, but you guys said I need a master's degree to complete. I do not want to miss that opportunity. And like, if I could do the semester, but knew I'd be on the same graduation track, even if I did a year, like if it was a question of either way, I'm going to graduate in 2027 and a semester would get me lower debt, I'd be like, probably that's the best way to go. Because by that point, I can start working quicker and paying it off quicker.
Yeah. And also feel free to take your time and look up these meetings yourself, because I know I tend to be biased towards being super optimistic, but
not a bad thing. Not a bad thing, my dude.
But yeah, Principal Spoonie, everybody. Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in.
Of course. Ciao, ciao.
Bye. And there you have it, buds. So, with that, I hop for cat. My darling, you are next. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hi. Yeah, we are all friendly and fun here. All right, while you come up with your question, I think I am going to go ahead and maybe take an ad break a little early, because I need to grab some water. But yeah, go ahead and think of your question. I will be right back. All right. Mwahaha! I came back in time. Let's go. All right, so I hop for cat. Feel free to ask your question either via the chat or via my Discord under Tarot Cues and Cues. Ooh, okay. You like to communicate with spirit upon their initial framing. Would you mind getting a bit more specific about? Okay, okay, got it. All right. Looks like another ad break's coming up, surprisingly. So I'm gonna take a time to meditate on the energies and see what they say. So thank you very much for that little bit of musing. You are welcome. I'll take my supplement real quick. And take my vitamin D. Mm. This one's a bit more open-ended, so there's a lot more to work with. Okay. Nice atmosphere here. Okay. I get nice and energetically clean. It's terrible. Let's see who wants to come through here. Alright, for all of y'all who have stayed this far in the stream, y'all are real ones, thank you. Okay. So I'm gonna start with my Goddess Guidance Oracle. Just to see like what kind of energy, maybe a specific deity who wants to come through. And then we'll go from there. Got a couple. So alright. First we got Artemis. Got some lunar energy going on. Bottom says, you and your loved ones are safe and spiritually protected. Like me, you have a sacred mission to spread love and light. Yet this isn't a position that comes from tension or worry. Instead, the gentle essence of a Instead, the gentle essence of a joyful heart and light-hearted laughter sets your power into motion. Why would there be any tension in your mind or system unless you believe that you were somehow unsafe? And how could you be unsafe when you've called upon the spiritual warriors to watch over you? Your prayers have activated the flawless protection of heaven, so ease your mind of all cares and concerns and concentrate instead upon your holy mission. Various meanings. The angels are watching over you and your family. Your future is safe and secure. All your needs are being met and always will be. The worst is now behind you. And the other deity that came up is Kali, about endings and beginnings. The old must be released so that the new can enter. I sing praises to those whose hearts accept the universal order, which only appears to be chaotic and ever-changing. In actuality, everything is designed down to the smallest detail, to be in perfect operation. The dance of the universe is a happy one, with energy swirling and twirling in a never-ending celebration of life itself. Join this dance, dear one, and enjoy the remarkable journey of the weavings of your story of your life. Do not fear what appears to be a change or a loss. It is only the transitioning orbit of energy interplaying with you and your loved ones. Embrace it as evidence that you're alive. Embrace your deepest human emotions as a signal of your true essence. Various meanings. Your current changes are for the best. Keep your thoughts positive as they're very powerful. What appears to be a loss is really the beginning of a happy new phase. Let the past go. It's time to move on. So both of these are very powerful goddesses with very different energies. So Artemis is very much about single-pointed focus, because wherever she fires, the arrow always hits and never misses. And Kali is kind of like, it's very much a mother who was willing to willing to press the reset button if it means making it easier for their child to succeed. Both of these energies have very much a call for you to pay attention to what it is that you want and what it is that you need to let go of. With Kali in particular, if she comes up, you gotta pay attention. Like, if there's some change that you need to meet, you need to meet it like head first with deep focus. Because if you're not gonna do it, she's gonna do. Yeah, she's basically Mula Nakshatra. Exactly. Like, if you're not gonna meet it, she's gonna do it for you, and she's not gonna do. She's gonna be doing it with no regard to traditional stuff like reputation or respect. Like, she will just upend it, especially if she knows it's unhelpful. So, difference between whether she shows up with a gentle breeze or a tornado is whether or not you're going to respond accordingly. And when she shows up, whether she's going to bulldoze or just tip it over. Really? Interesting. But yeah, like, Kali, you gotta meet her where she's at. Like, otherwise, she's like okay, really good metaphor here. She's like Io from Black Panther, like towards the end, where she's like, move or you'll be moved. That's Kali in a nutshell. Give her the respect, give yourself, and by extension her, the respect that you deep down deserve, and you'll go far. And also, again, single point of focus on the things that you want, Artemis energy, and being protective of the things and the people that you care about. these two forces combined, very powerful. And the biggest thing we have to remember is that these energies are not just external, it's also internal. Recently I've been doing like some retraining in goddess spirituality, from this goddess coach named Sama Corral, aka Flourishing Goddess. And the biggest thing we have to remember, like, regardless of what gender you are, male, female, NB, anywhere in between, even agender, we all have these archetypes of these deities within us. There's some element of truth of these deities within us. So we all have the capability of rising like the phoenix from the ashes, also having that single pointed focus towards something that you want. And yes, that includes neurodivergent people. I mean, why else does hyperfocus exist? But yeah, we all have these energies inside of us. It's how we wield them that determines how beneficial or how challenging it can be. Next, this is an artist called Queen Herbie. She is a musical artist, so these are actual songs that she's made. So whenever you get time, I recommend looking her stuff up. Surprisingly, the cards page still hasn't been updated yet, but then again, this deck's only been around for a month. So, not surprising. Okay, doesn't match that one. Okay. I don't think I've heard this one. That's called Violence. Cockiness and confidence I ooze. So give me one moment. Let me listen to the song for a second. It's my first time actually hearing the song. And it is 12 midnight. I haven't been up this long for a hot minute, so I'm surprised I'm even up. Okay. It's from her Halloween era. Let's see how this is. Yeah, this is screaming Kali, and this is screaming Kali energy to me, because especially the lines afterwards about when the beast is let loose, don't give me an excuse. This is a call for you to get really honest with yourself, and especially honest with the people that need to hear that need to and also want to, because believe it or not, I mean, I know the people tend to say people don't care. The people who love you will care about what you have to say, and it's time for you to be honest with them about what's going on and let them support you where you're at. Because keeping your mouth shut about what your struggles are, that's hurting rather than helping you. Being able to name what it is, even if it's not like a proper name per se, being able to name what it is that you're struggling with is very important, because when you're able to name it, already that drops the power off of what that nebulous thing was. And then, the saying, the truth will set you free. Same thing with naming the struggle can set you free as well. Actually, yeah, go right ahead. Go right ahead, my friend. Hmm. Well, yeah, this is there's very strong Kali energy from what I've been seeing. I don't know how much you know about like Vedic or Hindu deities, but her mythology certainly would be one to look into. But what I'm feeling is there's this need to like to start vocalizing. Like I'm feeling there's a need to vocalize what's been left unsaid for too long. That's what I'm feeling with that. And Artemis is okay, know very little. A lot of the Golden Dawn and related systems. Know a tiny bit of Shinto, but you're no expert. I also know a bit of Shinto as well. I actually studied Japanese for a long time, mostly Zen Buddhism, but also the language. And Shinto and Shugendo are two systems I really want to learn a lot more once I go there. Yeah, everything that I'm pulling so far has been indicating that you need to speak up with something that you've left unsaid that needs to be said, because holding it back is hurting you more than it's helping you. And it's feeling like if you don't say something now, it's either going to lead to self-destruction or an explosion, and a very uncontrolled one too. Because I also pulled from the Archangel Michael oracle, and he's saying have confidence, because I feel like Artemis, Kali, and Archangel Michael all have your back. Artemis and Michael, Archangel Michael especially, are like, they're like, if you feel terrified this is going to lead to a massive blowback, don't be afraid of that, because if anything, you need to be honest about where you need to be. So have confidence. This card serves as a talisman to raise your self-confidence. Archangel Michael has been trying to reassure you that you have the strength, power, and skills that are valuable to God's plan of peace. Michael is protecting you while you shine on your bright light. Listen to your intuition and act with aplomb. In relationships, your self-assurance attracts healthy people to your side. It also triggers respect in others. As you're falling asleep each night, ask Archangel Michael to help you raise your confidence. You'll wake up feeling love and compassion for yourself and others. Possible meanings: have confidence in your plans and ideas. Tune into your intuition as it's right on target. Trust the person you're inquiring about. Have faith that you're on the right path. Know that your financial and other needs are being met now and in the future. See, you got a question here. Does it recognize the body in me, that I am underneath it and as a great filter? Have I, as a physical form, not spoken my truth? I'm feeling like these deities are recognizing who you are, but also especially what you need to do right now in this physical form. I'm getting a little zen here. Hope you don't mind. But yeah. Let me see how to put it. peace doesn't necessarily have to mean tolerating the intolerable, but instead renegotiating your circumstances to a much better place. If it was only about tolerating the intolerable, a lot of the rights and the benefits that we have would not exist. In fact, the fact that we even have to fight for them, fight for something that should be a given, like, because, for example, I am black and I'm a woman, and therefore I should exist. The fact that we have to fight for that to be fact is ridiculous. It should be inherent. And that's just the physical part of it. And then underneath that, recognition of a likeness of spirit within and beyond this form. The divine will always recognize that. They do not care about, I mean, even though the rituals, the practices, some of them anyway, may come from a closed source, the divine is always wide open. It does not see all these constructions that we have here on this planet. Maybe a manifestation or an emanation of it, but it is not limited to that. However, this is the space that we incarnated in. And therefore, we have to learn how to express and speak up in this form that we incarnated in. And that is what I'm feeling Spirit is calling for you to do right now, is, since you are incarnated as a human incarnation, occupy it fully. Say what it is that you need in this incarnation, in this time, as the being that you currently are. Speak up for what it is that you need to the universe, to the people that care, to your fellow living beings who care. And trust that whatever you need will be met somehow. I'm going to pull some tarot. Hopefully gives a bit more clarity. Yeah, there's clearly a lot going on. I do have a Golden Dawn tarot deck that my dad gifted to me last year, but I haven't taken the time to use it just yet. And I also have Tarot de Marseille. So maybe like one of the Seer Saturdays, we might do like a deck interview, so to speak. Give it a little bit of a test run. Yes, that is correct. It's the OG French one. I believe, I did a paper on this entirely in Japanese, by the way. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's intense. Yeah, the Thoth one. Okay, so a little bit of tarot history. I studied this last year, and I had to read this entirely in Japanese, almost entirely in Japanese, by the way. I say almost because I did have to use some English sources in order to be able to understand half of what I was going to be talking about in Japanese. But anyway, how do I say? Like I mentioned earlier, it's one of the oldest, it's the oldest form of tarot that we know, besides the card game that it's named after, from Italy. And it's older than the Thoth tarot deck invented by Aleister Crowley and Lady Frida, and of course the more famous Rider-Waite-Smith deck. But the latter two are the more well known of the systems. And then there's also like other stuff like the Lenormand, which I don't know how old that system is, but I bet it's been around for a while. But yeah, these symbols have been around for a long time. I mean, in terms of like, games as divination, it's nothing new. Like, I've even heard that Hanafuda, the famous Japanese card game, with like the 4 seasons of like flowers and nature stuff. Yeah, that is hilarious. But yeah, Hanafuda, it's been used as a divination. Like games as divination mediums, it's nothing new. It's a thing as old as time. They try to make it as if it's like historians trying to make it as if it's like, oh, it's just like it's a fresh invention. It's not that old. It's like the cards themselves aren't that old, presumably, allegedly. But utilizing materials for divination is a thing as old as time itself. Like, I bet back in the ancient days, it was just a lot simpler. People actually just pay attention to what was around them and didn't have to go so hard on the systems before. That's my theory anyway. Yeah, really did. So I pulled 3 cards for you to close this off, and let's see what other messages we got. Okay, so clearly there is a big part on the reset button here because I pulled Death, and I like this deck's interpretation of it because it's the phoenix rising out of the ashes, and it's a symbol that I've always lined up with. But everything's pretty much saying here that it's time for a change in perspective, a change in work, a change in situation. Walk away from the past and look into the future. Go through the change fully and allow it to happen. Don't stay stagnant. That's the first thing that comes here. The second is the Ace of Cups, which is pay attention to your emotions, pay attention to your intuition, because it is going to tell you so much. I appreciate you trusting me with this and trusting me with channeling the messages. And also, it is just as important to also trust your own intuition, because you are also your own guide as well. And the Ace of Cups also can mean connection, can also mean the first part of compassion, love, and attunement. Yeah, sure, go right ahead. Yeah, go right ahead. So you want me to draw a clarifier? Is that what you want me to do? Okay, message direct to spirit on these previous 2. Okay, got it. Okay, okay. It is 3 cards. Got it. Okay, okay. There is a 3rd card. I haven't turned it over just yet. But I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. And I drew a clarifier as well, just in case you needed it. Oh, okay. So we also got strength. And it's a call for you to have courage and to practice feeling what it's like to be calm within yourself. And most importantly, to temper any frustrations, any anger, any anxieties with skillful means. Practice being unshakable when you're with those feelings, rather than getting controlled by said feelings. And the easiest way to do that is with Artemis energy, with steady focus towards what you want to achieve at the end of each conversation, at the end of each negotiation. Have trust that whatever outcome that you come across, that you will be able to handle it. And then, final card, the card that I pulled as a clarifier, it's interesting. Got the 9 of Swords. Because 9 of Swords, the swords in particular, I feel like I often feel as if it's the story of the broken warrior. It's victory at what cost? And I think it's also a manifestation of the chaos you might have been feeling before you came over here. And very much about facing what's in front. And the strength in the death cards and also the Ace of Cups, it's also calling you to have strength on facing what's in front of you honestly and gently. And strength especially is calling you not to get stuck and choked up by fear, but to face it openly and honestly. By my intention, I am divided. I am damned between necessity and wanting. I have been left wanting and stolen from myself. If by reimbursing myself by abandonment, what is argument of that beyond me, my exterior, that I still feel this way despite my efforts? Okay, understandable. So, for those who will need a little bit of translation as to what just went down, there is an energetic split between what I have for Cat, at least this is what I understand anyway. What I have for Cat might have felt that they might have been forced to abandon, or they've had to leave behind. And it's between, in particular, what they had to do and what they wanted to do. It's basically a split between want and need. And it's like, even though it sounds like in this case they basically had to abandon abandon the want in order to make sure the needs were met. There's still this sense of abandonment that's occurring, even though they did what they basically had to do. So why is this feeling still happening even though they did what they had to do? Because, well, even if it's what you had to do, abandonment is still abandonment. And so what I'm feeling the cards are telling me, and what I'm channeling here, is it's a call for you to close that cycle of forsaking what you want with what you should do. Because sometimes the things you want and the things you need may be one of the same. It's not an either or. Sometimes it's a this and. And I think that split has actually, if anything, hurt more than helped. So things that may seem opposites, like Artemis and Kali, may actually work better together than you think they do. So I think in this case, your wants and needs, they are one and the same. So it's no wonder it feels like an abandonment, because you left behind something critical. And so in this case, you're going to have to either complete the cycle or come back to pick up those parts that you've abandoned. The River by Pucifer? I don't think so. I think I've heard of the group, but I haven't heard the song. At least I don't think I've heard the song. But I'll look it up afterwards. Oh, okay. Finally, I got the Queen of Pentacles. And this version of the Queen of Pentacles is inspired by the goddess Lakshmi, who is the Hindu goddess of abundance. And what I'm feeling right now is the importance for you at this time is to nurture and care for your community and yourself, especially yourself. And especially if you have a tendency to be very generous and lending support to anyone who asks, give that energy to yourself as well. Allow, especially from the divine, allow that support to come back to you as well. Because you need it just as much as the people that you give back to. You can't give from an empty cup. It's like I'm standing at the shore of a river with what you've expressed clear and myself on the other side, but I cannot cross the river. Oh, wow. Thank you. And I will give that song a listen. Thank you for sharing that. But yeah, I'm feeling it's a call for you to nurture what you need at this time. I think you've lived in the shoulds, the requirements for far too long now. It's time that you give back to yourself. So that way your soul comes back together. So that's what I got for you, iHopperCat. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for the interesting question and the channeling. And certainly for the song recommendation. But yeah, we've been at this for a while. If you have been here... Oh, we got an ad break. Okay. We'll go through the ad break and then we will finish properly. You are so welcome, iHopperCat. You are so welcome. I'm glad you came tonight. And please feel free to come back. And let me know how it goes. I love hearing from y'all. Okay, ad break, and then we will end. Or was that the ad itself? I cannot tell anymore. I'm so confused. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna pull one last Queen Herbie prescription here for everyone to leave off of and start their week with. Let's put away the cards in my church. Oh, there we go. There's the ad break. Oh boy. The moment this ad break ends. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing ad break in progress on my end, which is funny. But yeah, for those who have been on this long, we've been at this for almost 5 hours, so thank you so much for being here for this long, because honestly, this was not what I anticipated to go this long, but hey. So, I got a couple of songs that I wanted to share with you from Queen Herbie before it ends. One that I have listened to for a long time. It became a mantra for a lot of 2025. If you want to check it out, I even wrote an article about it as well. Feel free to take a look at it. But the other one, the backstory of the song really stands out to me, in my opinion. Really stands out to me. So I'll explain in just a moment once we get through the ad. So thank you for your patience. Okay, we got 30 seconds. Okay, now 30 seconds. All right. And we will end with this. So. Also, let me know if you want me to try some other stuff on Saturdays. Like, I actually used to do, like, rituals and stuff. Meditations. So, if anybody's into that kind of stuff, let me know. I can totally do that. Also, let me know what you would like to see in terms of, like, proper videos, too. 12 cup noodles. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm totally down to share that if you're curious. But yeah, I got two songs here. One has a really interesting, yeah, sounds good. I'm looking forward to it. But one has a really interesting backstory, and the other one is one that I still use as a comfort mantra, and even it has one of my favorite music videos. So, the first one is the song The Show. Just because it glitters, don't make it gold. And this one is, excuse me, this song is like the backstory of basically how Queen Herbie, the artist, came to be in a nutshell. Because she signed a contract with L.A. Reid, one of the most infamous music producers in the American music industry. And I think they were about 2-3 albums into their contract. I think it was like a five album deal. There were a few albums in, they were like, you know, this is not what I thought we signed up for. And they decided to take a risk and break away from their contract. And it ended up paying off for them in dividends. And it also was kind of a wake-up call that all these things to talk about in terms of like being in a big pond, so to speak, like all the cars, all the notoriety, all the things that associated with a big label. It may look like freedom at first, but really it's a gilded prison. I mean, you see a lot of these celebrities like Lady Gaga, Taylor Swift, Michael Jackson, George Michael, all of these celebrities talk about like how they basically have no creative control whatsoever, or have any of their masters, or Prince. Like a lot of these late stars had no control over their records, or where they wanted to go, or what they wanted to do. They may be famous, but like they just didn't really have command or control of what they wanted. And so the show, it's calling you to start taking charge of what it is that you want to do. And ultimately, you do not have to sell your soul in order to be happy. I think Queen Herbie certainly proves that you do not have to go down this narrow formula to be successful and to be happy. Now, granted, could she have gone pretty massive after a while in the Hollywood formula? Sure. But would she have been happy? I don't know. Probably not. Not truly. If anything, I think her taking that risk of breaking away and forging her own path was huge. Because I think it proved to so many other artists, I think she walked so that artists like Aniko could run. Everybody knows Aniko. If you don't know Aniko, check her out. Check them out, actually. Check them out. Their music's amazing. They're the ones who did the song Jericho. The one that got, and also the King's Information, the one that got viral on TikTok. That song. They got popular with that. So go check it out if you haven't listened to Aniko, the King's Affirmation, or Jericho. And more artists are doing the same thing, just making their own path. So I think it's a call for you, like whatever industry that you're in, whether it's the arts, whether it's engineering, or something else entirely. If you can find your own map, make your own guiding star. The blue ocean theory, especially, like I mentioned like so many hours ago, if we allow ourselves to like make something new in a place that would desperately need it, imagine all of the paradigms we could shift with that. And let's be for real. When it comes to establishing a new paradigm for ourselves, it's very easy to get stuck in the familiar place of like, could not be me. I'm gonna mess it up. Newsflash. Even if you do mess it up, or don't know what you're doing, or you get frustrated, tired, etc., in the end, it's gonna be all right. Everything's gonna be all right. Everything's gonna be all right. Everything's gonna be all right. Have faith in that vision. Have faith in the things that you want to do. It'll get you far. If you have to revise it, do something a little different, change the script, it's okay. It's not failure. It's redirecting to the places where you need the energy the most. So, on that note, we are finally done, my friends. Thank you so much for being so wonderful and so patient and such a beautiful crowd. Y'all are awesome. And I love coming here every week. I am so excited to be back next week. And there's going to be plenty more of advice, wisdom, all these fun things. So, to Mr. Weird, if you happen to tune in next week, you are next. If you happen to tune in, I am ready and willing to answer your question. But until then, we're going to finish this off now. 5 hours, can you believe it? That's like a new record for me. Anyway, I also game as well. I've been doing a bunch of Destiny 1, as well as this Game Boy Advance game called Lady Sia and Jack and Daxter. And at some point, I'm going to cover these other games, which I did put on hold for a little bit because the season just wasn't right. But I think now I can start getting back to it. For those who are thirsting for community involvement, check these ones out. Help entertainment workers get through 2026. In the United States, it's the entertainmentcommunity.org. For the UK, it's Actors Equity, or just Equity. I remember that much. And if you want to contribute to your communities, especially those who need a little extra help during this season, especially with this freezing weather coming over here on the East Coast, World Central Kitchen, very good organization, also the Red Cross, and the charity of the season that I am asking for some support on is Sad Girls Club. And Sad Girls Club is a foundation where they help provide women, femmes, and MBs of color for free and affordable mental health care that is accessible. They recently had to unfortunately pause their group therapy sessions due to a lack of funds. So if you could spread the word to people that maybe might be able to donate, or if you can even donate just a little bit to their cause, every penny counts, they might be able to resume come this year. So I used them during the lockdown, and they have been so supportive. So I hope to be able to keep that going for other people to be able to use their resources. And this is stuff where you can find me outside of this channel. I tweet on Blue Sky, not tweet, but like I post on Blue Sky. Blue Sky recently put in like a live feature so people can like tune in whenever they see me live on there, which is really cool. I also simulcast these things on YouTube sometimes. So after the Lunar New Year, it's going to be a Twitch exclusive. doing these readings. So if you want to catch me doing these readings, you gotta come on Twitch and check me out. I also have a second channel, Theological Otaku, which I have yet to upload anything, but I will upload stuff pretty soon. I'm also going to be releasing a new Substack article tomorrow about what I'm doing for 2026. So keep an eye out for that. Some of the stuff that I kind of talked about in today's stream, it's going to be referenced in this as well. So keep an eye out for that. thirdnerd.substack.com. And finally, if you want to, next, if you want to get like more one-on-one stuff, a bit more in depth without the ad interruptions, I do one-on-one readings on coffee.com/Tonders, where you can donate or shop the readings that I've got. I have a New Year's special that's going until, again, the Lunar New Year of the Fire Horse. So if you want a little bit more in depth about like what you want to know before the new year, while the new year happens, I can do an entire spread for that, and it's a lot more in depth. So please feel free to let me know. I also do short and sweet and to the point readings on Spiritual Blossom. I could be Wind Star Shiner on there. It's a bit faster. I will give you a heads up. So I recommend that you are way more precise about your questions there, and I will do my best to go as deep as I can with the short time that I do have on that platform. Finally, this episode was filmed in the lands of the Nanticoke and Lenape peoples. To learn more about whose indigenous lands you are occupying, as well as if you want to contribute to the project yourself, visit native-land.ca. They recently switched their model from a land territory model to a constellation model, which honestly, given the way indigenous history is, it makes a lot more sense why they picked that format. You can still go back to the old format if you want to, but honestly, don't know why I would do that anyway, but it's pretty cool to look at. Anyways, thank you so much for tuning in. If you stayed this long, y'all are real ones. Shout out to everybody who subscribed today. IHOP for Cat, Raven Dirge, Southpaw Photo, Le Savoir, I just forgot the non-American way of saying it. And shout out to everybody who managed to get some readings today. And for those who missed out, please come back. I will read you. But yeah, until next time, stay safe, everybody, especially those who are experiencing extreme weather, especially us in the East Coast. I will make sure to batten down the hatches. But yeah, until next time, stay safe, stay warm, and okay, follow. I'm sorry. YouTube terminology keeps crossing over, but you get what I mean. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. And of course, in the words of Master Yensid from Kingdom Hearts 3, may your heart be your guiding key. Till the next stream, I will see you later. And I really need to get to bed. Bye, everybody. Take care. Hope you all have a great day. And please do not be afraid to update me on Discord, because y'all are wonderful. I'll catch you next time.